Well, good everyone. Welcome along to council meeting today, 17th of September, and our final council scheduled meeting for the term. Today looks a wee bit different than some of the other meetings that we've had. We're starting in the morning. That was to try and create some extra time through the day. We are having a porotoroaki and opportunity for any valedictory speeches that people would like to have at the end of today. That will begin at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And we have scheduled the meeting to have some of the PX matters dealt with this morning. But there's some matters where the as public have shown interest and want to come in and talk to us, which we'll make sure happen after 1 o'clock this afternoon. So if we happen to have finished the rest of the agenda, we'll still pause the meeting and not begin those items around Selwyn Huts and speed limits until after lunch at 1 p.m. So if I could please ask you to... Oh, there's one other thing. There's an update to the PX agenda. There'll be a public excluded appointment of directors to Selwyn Water Limited, and we also have the chair of the Melbourne Community Board coming in to speak during my report this afternoon. So those are two additions to the agenda that weren't circulated. If I could ask you to stand for karakia and affirmation. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Let us affirm today that we as councillors will work together to serve the citizens of Selwyn District, to always use our gifts of understanding, courage, common sense, wisdom and integrity in all our discussions, dealings and decisions so that we may solve problems effectively. May we always recognise each other's values and opinions, be fair-minded and ready to listen to each other's point of view. In our dealings with each other, let us always be open to the truth of others and ready to seek agreement, slow to take offence and always prepared to forgive. May we always work to enhance the well-being of Selwyn District and its communities. We will. So apologies, we're all here for today, but is anyone not able to be here for some of the meeting they need to lodge an apology for? No. Identification of extraordinary business, I've mentioned those two things already. Nothing else, Sharon, from you, extraordinary? Conflicts of interest, is there anything that people need to raise?
Just want to confirm, I don't think there is, but being chair of a water company, is there any conflict with me around appointing directors to not a competitor, but aligned industry? Do you want me to stand back from the table from that?
I think... Yeah, it ends up being your choice around that. I think. Thank you for raising it. There's not a direct conflict. There's maybe when that comes up. Thank you for raising it now. When that comes up, we'll seek the views of the room, and they can feed that back to you if you'd like to have that level of comfort from the room. Okay. We move then to the resolution to exclude the public. Thanks, Malcolm. Seconded, Bob. All those in favour, say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. To our guests that have come in today in the public forum, thank you for coming in. The next item is Upper Selwyn Huts, a decision on licence term and adjoining conditions. It's on page 44 of today's agenda. Thank you to the staff and team, Mike, for joining us today in person as well. As we start this paper, there's obviously been a huge amount of work that's gone on, so I want to acknowledge that time that has been put in by the community, by our staff, by councillors considering this, and due to the nature of having the hearings and deliberations, there is no public forum for presentation to Council Day on this matter, but I have been asked and received a letter on it, which I just think encompasses some of the work that's happened and some of the community feedback on it. So I thought I'd just share that before we start the paper. Now, dear Mayor, councillors and council staff, this is dated a couple of days ago from the Selwyn Huts Owners Association. On behalf of our community, we would like to thank you for the recent consultation on the future of the Upper Selwyn Huts. We appreciate that you have read our written submissions, listened to our oral submissions, and heard our community voice as confirmed by the recent council deliberations and the recommendations in today's agenda. We trust that your decisions today reflect this. It's been an incredibly difficult 18 months for our residents, and we sincerely hope lessons learnt during this process are acknowledged and improved on for the future. It's vital that the significance and engagement policy is amended so that it can be applied more objectively, thus avoiding the inadequate consultation we initially experienced. Applying this policy correctly from the beginning would have avoided most of the costs and distress we have all experienced throughout this process. The Upper Selwyn Huts community is a concerned and active community. We are willing and able to work collaboratively with Council on issues relating to the Upper Selwyn Huts. It's our wish that future involves improved communication and discussions, regular meetings, and an open relationship with both parties working together. We request a more formal arrangement to be put in place moving forward, which would give us the opportunity to have input into decisions and to assist with solutions for issues that may arise. For example, mitigation options. We look forward to working with Council in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to present this letter, the Selwyn Huts Owners Association. So thank you to those that are part of that association for sending that letter through, and it provides some good context for where we are today. I'll hand over to staff to talk us through the paper.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, councillors, members of the public, Selwyn residents and council colleagues. My name is Denise Kidd. I'm the Executive Director of Community Services and Facilities, and I'm here today to present the Upper Selwyn Huts Decision Report. In June and July of this year, Council undertook a 5-week consultation on the Upper Selwyn Huts licence term and key conditions of that licence. By way of a brief background, the Upper Selwyn Huts settlement is located on Crown land managed by Council. The reserve and settlement have been such for over a century and have evolved over time from a recreational reserve to a community with permanent residents. Originally, licences to occupy the reserve were issued for the fishing season only. More recently, licences have been issued for 5-year terms and even more recently for 12-month terms. It's only been in the last 15 years that occupancy for 365 days a year has been allowed for licence holders, and this was post-Canterbury earthquakes. This change has meant that many licence holders have transitioned from using their house at the settlement primarily for recreational purposes to a permanent home. This change means it is an appropriate time for Council to take a medium to longer term view on how it manages the settlement. It is appropriate for Council to consider the changed needs of the licence holders and the changed responsibilities of Council as the licensor, given licence holders' increased residency at the settlement. Many licence holders have clearly indicated to Council how important certainty is to them, and as such, the purpose of the consultation and the report and decision today is to give certainty to licence holders about their immediate continued occupation of the reserve and the licence term and key conditions. As I said earlier, Council undertook a 5-week consultation, and this report is intended to assist Council to make a decision on the following matters that were the subject of that consultation: the length of the deed of licence to occupy the reserve, whether a term should be included in the deed of licence which would end the licence if an environmental event occurred, whether a term should be included in the deed of licence which should introduce a bond, and whether a term should be included in the deed of licence which would introduce building condition inspections of Upper Selwyn Huts residences. Staff have made recommendations in the report in front of you. Officers have carefully considered the public submissions, the direction from the deliberation panel, and other information. And today, officers recommend that Council resolves to grant a new licence for occupation to Upper Selwyn Huts residents for a term of 30 years from the 1st of July 2026. That licence to include a clause requiring a review to be undertaken at 20 years that provides for consultation with Upper Selwyn Huts licence holders to consider whether to extend the licence at the end of that 30-year term. That Council resolves that Council does not include independent building inspection rights in the deed of licence and will continue to undertake inspections in accordance with its role as a territorial authority. That Council directs officers to obtain an updated environmental assessment each 10 years throughout the term of the licence and prior to the expiry of the 30 years, and to share such findings with the Upper Selwyn Huts licence holders and publish the assessment on its website. And that Council directs officers to prepare a deed of licence to be presented to Council for final approval. I'm now going to pass to Dom and Mike Wakefield to speak to the legal framework that sits around the recommendation. Dom is from our in-house legal team, and Mike Wakefield has been included to provide independent legal advice to Council.
Thank you, Denise, and good morning, everybody. Thought I was about to embarrass myself and say good afternoon. Happy to be here. Look, I'll keep this pretty brief because you've now been presented with 2 different reports which serve to clarify the legal basis for the decision that you're being asked to make. The Deliberations report, which was last month, and now the updated report that Denise has just introduced now. The key consideration, I suppose, that I'd like to bring to mind bring to frame is that this is a decision that is being asked of you on the basis of 4 different terms and options that were the subject of public consultation. That's a decision that's to be made now to effectively provide guidance to officers to then prepare the updated deed of licence, which will be taken back to the new council in the new year. So it's the 4 terms that are being sought to have some direction today, not the entire deed of licence, which remains a working draft that will be informed by the direction you receive, that you provide today. In terms of the decision making, the key point to note in the legal advice which we have provided to the council is that the legal framework here, there was some initial discussion around it being a Reserves Act exercise or what's called the Rolder Act exercise. Our view is that the Rolder Act is the appropriate empowering provision, and that legislation provides an ability for the council as the administrator of the reserve to agree and set terms for a licence in a fairly broad way. The wording used in that legislation is on such terms as conditions as the board thinks fit. There is therefore some pretty broad discretion to make a decision to grant a licence on certain terms. When, however, that is overlaid with the Local Government Act requirements and the Reserves Act expectations, there is a confluence of things that you need to be thinking of. You've got this broad discretion on the one hand. You also need to be conscious of the purpose of the reserve. We don't see any inconsistency or anything incongruent there. that you need to deal with at the moment. And then in terms of the Local Government Act, when making decisions, the standard principles apply where your decisions need to be robust and reasonable on their face. And the officer's report steps through, again, the feedback you receive through submissions, but also the pros and cons of the options that have been canvassed and identified through the consultation exercise. And so you now, as elected members and decision makers, need to be able to take yourselves through that and make a decision on the basis that you think is reasonable, but is in keeping with your empowering provision in the role to act. So I might just park that there. Happy to answer any questions if anything does arise. Dom, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
On that basis, the report is tabled and presented for council consideration. The matter is now with council, and the council team members will respond to any questions or queries.
Thank you. I'll move the recommendations that are there. Is there a seconder for those recommendations? Bob, thank you. Any discussion? Deborah?
My first one's a point of clarification, and it's to do with the current deed of licence. The current deed of licence stays in enactment until the 30th of June 2026. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we currently have a draft deed of licence for discussion for the new council and coming in. And a lot of the submission process, I guess, was around the current clauses that we have in the existing deed of licence and versus, I guess, some of the issues that have come up with regards to this, for information only, the new deed of licence. Is it appropriate for us to actually express our concerns, if we have any, with regards to some of those clauses, given the information that was presented by all hut owners before us in their submissions?
I think if I speak to the comments that Mike's made earlier, is that the decision before this group of councillors is on the recommendations in front of you rather than a decision on the general terms of the licence. So it's those 4 key terms that were consulted on.
Okay, so the reason why I've asked that particular question with regards to the draft that's put in front of us is because that's going to affect my decision with regards to how I'm going to actually probably vote, and I'm going to mention some clauses in that to support what I'm going to be voting on. So I just want clarification around the reason why I want to mention some of those clauses and the reason for the background for my voting.
So Deborah, the decision today isn't about the rest of the clauses within the deed of licence. We're only debating today and making a decision on those matters that were outlined during the introduction. Anyone further would like to say anything on this matter? Grant.
I seek some clarity that doesn't mention the bond in the 4 options. Where does that sit within the decision making today?
Do you want to speak to me?
Beg your pardon. Yes, so the having assessed it, the option is to not introduce a bond, and that's the recommendation. So that would then be noted as a minute rather than a direction to include a provision to not introduce a bond in the deed of licence.
Okay, so I'm just wanting to make sure of that. So it's not a decision-making process; it's just as a note from the. Okay. Some clarity from the chair. Do you wish us to speak to our wider view of the situation, or are we just in the early stages of the debate here now?
So today, this discussion and once around the table is the ability to talk to the matters that are in front of us. It's what we've consulted on and the decision that we've got today, but it's not for my...
It's not a rehash.
It's not everything. We don't need to go right back from day dot, and it's not about the deed of licence in total.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll be very brief then. While this provides a degree of certainty for the hut owners, I fear that this is just, again, pushing this issue in 20 years' time. Either these people here or their descendants or here as a parent will be in the same spot. And I guess the only thing we can hope for is that the council of the day will make a better job of going through that process than we perhaps did. It worries me that, particularly around value of the huts, is that on 1st of July 2026, the huts will be at their highest value. But as the term gets closer to expiry, the value will go down, 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 down. And then there's that risk again that you're facing already now around what is your property worth. And it does concern me, that lack of certainty around it. And it doesn't appear it's in some respects, I wonder if we've taken the easy way out here and kicked it again the can a wee bit for the future, which worries me again. I am concerned, I guess, about, as I said before, about the ultimate effects on the community that we'll have. But it seems like a workable solution which will enable the community at least have some certainty and enable them to move forward with some certainty. So, thank you.
Thanks, Grant. Lydia?
Yeah, look, I think we've got to a good space. I look back over 18 months and see that things aren't actually that different to what we proposed 18 months ago. And for that, I'm sorry that we've had to drag this right through that process. And really, it should have started with good, positive relationship first. Anyhow, I can't change what's happened in the past, so you can only move forward into what our relationship with Council and Upper Selwyn Huts looks like now. So I'm a supporter of that the fairest solution is to give Upper Selwyn Huts residents certainty and protecting a community and council from unmanaged risk as well. And so I support the 30-year licence. And, you know, it doesn't mean that there is a predetermined end date on this. I think it provides residents with stability, fairness and security, and allows council to respond to any change in environmental conditions if there are any. And I look at the 20-year review mark, I think, you know, it allows you that forward planning from the 30 years onwards. So we don't end up into the same situation of going, we're at 30 years, so what do we do now? I think if the circumstances change, it should only be because of very clear, agreed environmental triggers, not arbitrary timeframes. You know, that way council can responsibly manage environmental risk, and to me it's more evidence over assumption, so I think that is a good space to sit in. I support the resolution to not impose bonds or special inspection rules, because it treats you differently to any other people in our district, and I don't think that is fair. And I also support council undertaking the review of the Aqualink report every 10 years and communicating that, so that actually that is what relationship is us doing the work and having the open, honest conversations about what is there. And, you know, I acknowledge there's a high risk tolerance for residents, but we need to be able to communicate any changes that are happening with you. And so I'm supportive of what we have here. I'm sorry it's taken 18 months to get here. It's been incredibly stressful for people in our community. And going forward, I hope for a good, positive relationship with people in our community.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Yeah, I just want to thank the staff for what they've put in here. I think we've put the really fantastic guardrails. So I've seconded everything Lydia's said, so I don't need to add much more onto that. But just the guardrails that we've put in here with the environmental checkups, the every 10 years, having that discussion again at the 20-year mark, but having a 30-year licence gives you the clarity. And so any concerns around your property devaluing, it actually puts it into a very workable scenario, because new purchases, change of hands, or spending money for updating your property, it gives you the clarity of what that looks like, so you can make a very informed decision. So I actually see this as probably the best outcome. So thank you to all the staff for putting this together.
Thank you. Deborah?
Thank you. I'm going to talk about clause 4, which says directs officers to prepare a deed of licence to be presented to council for final approval. And I just want to highlight a couple of issues that I've picked up from the submissions that I would like for the next council to seriously consider. One is in reference to page 86 in our diligent page, section 7.3. Dogs are currently prohibited, unless they're special dogs, from being on that reserve, and they currently will be until the 30th of June 2026, unless the bylaw, as in this draft, actually will allow dogs on the property under the council's bylaw. Council's bylaw currently allows 2 dogs per property, so that allows for 96 huts at 192 dogs maximum to be kept next to a wildlife reserve. I just want to highlight, because that is the reality of the way that 7.3 is written, and I just want to highlight that really is not a laughing matter. It's quite concerning when you're next to a wildlife reserve. The other one I've got is in regard to section 96.336 and schedule 2 of that draft. It actually says dogs are prohibited on the reserve. So you've actually got mixed messages, I'm sorry, in the schedule plus what the 7.3 actually says. The other one that I've picked up from the submission process is 7.7, protection of fire, B and C. There's no mention of fireworks in those particular areas, and one submission actually did mention about the risk of fireworks. So I just want to highlight for the next council and for those living down at the huts, I hope they can come to some suitable agreement that actually meets every hut owner's buy-in and concerns for a really safe community going down there for the future.
Thanks, Deborah. That'll be noted, but it's not part of today's discussion. All those in favour, say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you very much for all the work. And thank you for the interest in coming in today to be a part of that decision. We'll now move to item number 9. It's local water done well, approval of the statement of expectations. Members of the public are welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting if you'd like, but you're also welcome to leave at any time. So. Tim, we'll just wait. Yeah. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Sam. Kia ora. Purpose of today is to table the final draft statement of expectation and the final draft transfer agreement to Council for decision. Both documents are required to meet the provisions of the Local Government Act 2025, and both documents have been prepared and reviewed by Simpson Grierson to ensure compliance with the requirements of the Act. The
Timing of both documents is key to meeting the requirements of the Act and to ensure the timely transition and transfer of water services responsibilities, assets and other matters as contemplated by the Act. I would also like to welcome Mike, who has come down to join us and be available to answer any questions on either document. I think Simon is also joining us for the transfer agreement discussion too, online.
Thanks, Tim. Mike, anything you want to?
I'll keep going for a little bit.
Oh, you're going to carry on.
longer, if
Okay,
that's
good. Right.
You're knocking us off our rhythm here.
So in terms of the statement of expectation, document you have in front of you has been drafted by Mike and reflects the comments that have been provided by councillors at the workshop on the 30th of July and the 27th of August. It also complies with water legislation as enacted. The Act requires the statement of expectation to be issued no later than 6 months after establishment, so no later than December the 31st, given the establishment date of the CCO on the 1st of July. The approval and issuing of the statement of expectation triggers the requirement for Selwyn Water Limited to issue their water services strategy, which must be within 6 months of the issue of the statement of expectation. The water services strategy replaces the water services delivery plan as the key document detailing how Selwyn Water Limited will deliver its service to the community. Production of the water service strategy marks a move from a transitional phase to the operational phase, and the statement of expectation being the beginning of this process. There have been several changes made following feedback from Council, and these have been outlined in the paper. It is the current intention that the statement of expectation will be in place until late next year, at which time it is proposed to be reviewed with the new Council. So at that point, I might pause and just hand over to you, Mike, if you've got anything you'd like to add at this point.
No, other than just merely noting the report. So at the previous workshop where we had the draft that was then socialised and we sought comment, officers and myself took a number of notes. We've tried to capture the key themes that were provided back to officers in this report. And there's been a further exercise in improving or finessing and fine-tuning the drafting of this statement of expectations to try and capture some of those key themes and comments that were provided by this group. So the SOE as it's presented now is in its final form that officers are recommending you adopt. And we're here to answer any final questions that might arise on the basis of the updates that have been made.
Thank you. Is there a mover and seconder for what we have in front of us? Shane, Bob, thank you. Any discussion? Elizabeth?
I think probably what was I raised in an email yesterday. Tell me, Tim, if I'm in the wrong spot to raise that. But in terms of the communications from Selwyn Water Limited coming back to Council via the CE, I'd like to recommend that we directly hear and the Council can directly communicate with Selwyn Water Limited. And
I think, is that part of the transfer and the updates on the transfer?
Yeah, it is,
Next
Elizabeth.
one.
So we'll get to that
The next
with
paper.
the transfer agreement.
Yeah, I've just got,
Yeah, Deborah.
look, I've just got one with the statement of expectations, and I circulated this to Council. And I just wonder that if under 11B, I think it is, we're placing an unreasonable timeframe in respect of Selwyn Water developing its capital investment program so that it aligns with the intended sequencing of land released across our district, plus non-scheduled land. And I just wonder, in fairness to Selwyn Water, are we giving them enough time? Because this is a statement of expectation through to only 2026. It's 25-26. We have that particular clause in there. And with all the other work that's got to be done and trying to find feet under the table, I just wonder whether the wording of that needs some consideration or further discussion with Selwyn Water Limited, you know, around the expectation of can that reasonably be achieved?
I think a good comment and a fair comment to make, but I thought I might just take the lead on the response if that's okay, Tim. So the legal requirement for a statement of expectations is that it relates to a period of at least 10 consecutive financial years. So it does need to have that longer term vision and longer term focus through it, even though officers are telling you now that this is a version of a statement of expectations that might be reviewed next year once we're further through the transitional phase. But in terms of what that expectation is intended to reflect, the position that we're expecting to see here is that Selwyn Water will effectively step into the shoes of this council in respect of drinking water and wastewater. We already have a land release strategy, an urban growth strategy within this district, and we have already got a capital program which is designed to try and ensure that that is realistically achieved. The expectation that relates to comes from the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which is a key document that informs the Council's urban growth strategy development and district plan development. So it's already baked in through your district plan provisions and through other documents, including the Our Space work that the Greater Christchurch Partnership has been involved in. This is intended to just document and reflect the expectation that the Council will have as shareholder, which is Selwyn Water needs to buy into that same strategy and develop a capital growth program that works in tandem with it rather than being inconsistent with it. And to the extent that we have reference there being in a position to accommodate unanticipated or out of sequence growth, that is again something that the National Policy Statement on Urban Development relates to, where councils are required to be responsive to unanticipated or out of sequence applications for growth, and there is an implicit expectation that you grant unanticipated growth where it's there to provide additional significant housing development capacity. So these expectations already exist. This is just documenting it in a way that is clear and transparent to the directors of Selwyn Water.
Okay, thanks for that. It still doesn't, I guess, it still leaves me with a concern about how we've got different legislative acts that I'm seeing that aren't working in tandem together, which is probably not going to make it fair, but that's the law, that's the way it is, and the directors will just basically have to deal with it the way that it's written.
And look, to that extent, the directors will need to deal with it in the same way that the council and all other local authorities are currently having to deal with it as well. We're moving into a phase of reform of the RMA in particular, and so this direction and this statement of expectations might look different 12 months from now, or even 2 years or 3 years from now. But for now, this reflects, in our mind, the current legal requirements and also aligns with the current council's existing strategic policy documents, which have to have a bearing on where capital expenditure is devoted.
Kia ora. I just wanted to provide a comment rather than question, which is just to acknowledge the huge amount of work that's gone on to getting us to this point. And my reflections have been, it's been a long journey and it has been challenging at times, but that effort that we've traversed has actually led us to what we actually have in front of us now. And I wanted to say thank you for acknowledging my concerns along the way, and actually our concerns. And what I see before us now is that you've taken the time to address each of those concerns carefully and constructively. So thank you for that. And then my only other comment is future focus, to say for mana whenua, our tino rangatiratanga is inseparable from water, and it's central to our identity, to our well-being, and kaitiakitanga values. And so for me, what I'll be looking out for moving forward, knowing that it's really embedded in the statement of expectation to continue to build the relationship, is actually seeing, as we traverse the next spaces, the asset transfer stage, how we actually embed the Waiora One Water strategy and cultural partnership into the entity operations from day one. And this statement of expectation actually sets it up really well, so thank you.
It's just a small comment around the work that you've done to incorporate all of our views into this, and I appreciate the fact that there's been a lot of work, as Megan has pointed out, and and I think it's especially important to recognise that in here we've created frequent reporting back to elected members, and I think that is the real key to highlight here in the current trajectory that we are on. We can't change course, so we're making good of what we can. So I appreciate that the thoughts have been included into there.
Thank you. No one further. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you very much for that. We have another water paper, but I think we'll just keep that till after lunch and break now. I think the next conversation, unless people want to continue for the next 15 minutes and do that next paper. Do people want to carry on? You got Simon coming in later. Councillors, is your preference to continue on now for 15, 20 minutes? I'm seeing nods. Okay, well, we'll need to extend the meeting if that's the preference. Sophie's moving an extension to the meeting, seconded Lydia. Cool, all those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. We'll let you find out from Simon whether he can join us. Is essential to this paper?
Yes, Sam, the first part is to look at the resolution. We could maybe do that, given it might take a little bit of time.
I just don't want to start the discussion and then have to pause it halfway through if we're going to need to wait. So if we could just please confirm whether or not he's able to join the meeting, and then we'll start the paper.
Sounds like he's online now.
Kia ora, Simon. Thank you for joining us slightly earlier than had been scheduled. We're now going to move to the paper talking about the transfer agreement, and I'll hand back to staff to introduce the paper.
Thanks, Sam. So before I give a brief overview of the transfer agreement, we note we've had feedback from Lydia and councillors on the resolutions. So I propose that maybe we work through that up front, and I believe they've been included. There we are. They're up on our screen now. And the changes have been made to E and D.
So this is off the basis of the communications during the week and staff recognising that that could be helpful for the meeting today. Tim, you're saying there's nothing there that we shouldn't be looking to include, and that is fine to do. So instead of the original, let's just use this as the starting point for today's conversation.
That's right.
Okay. Cool. If you'd like to introduce the rest of the paper then, and we'll come to each of those pieces.
Okay. The revised draft transfer agreement enables the completion of phased transition of drinking water and wastewater services from council to the Wisco with full transfer on the 18th of December 25. The agreement sets out the general approach to transferring all assets, liabilities, rights and obligations relating to drinking water and wastewater delivery to Selwyn Water Limited. The revised draft now includes populated schedules. I would note address details on the property locations have been redacted for security reasons. The revised agreement reflects Officer's recommendation that council-owned land parcels containing drinking water and wastewater infrastructure are not transferred to Selwyn Water. Rather, a licence is granted under the transfer agreement to enable Selwyn Water to enter and carry out works on that land in its capacity as a water organisation under the Local Government Act. The alternative option would be to transfer ownership of land parcels, which may be of significance under Council's significance and engagement policy. In granting a licence under the transfer agreement, Council can still review land parcel ownership in the future and transfer certain parcels of land to Selwyn Water later if determined appropriate. The transfer agreement includes transfer principles which deal with the risk of not identifying all the assets for transfer prior to closing, and a draft letter of support has been included acknowledging that Council will endeavour to provide Selwyn Water with ongoing information and any practical support Selwyn Water may require prior to and post-closing of the transfer agreement on the 18th of December. This is consistent with the transfer principles agreed in the transfer agreement. Entering into the transfer agreement gives effect to decisions already made by Council under the Local Water Government Act 25 and aligns with the Water Service Delivery Plan already adopted by Council. Approving the Council's entry into the transfer agreement will give both Council and Selwyn Water sufficient time to satisfy their pre-closing obligations prior to the 18th of December and enable Selwyn Water to complete the process of obtaining funding from LGFA in time for closing. The transfer agreement reflects a shared commitment to collaboration. It supports the establishment of the WISCO, with Council as its sole shareholder, ensuring alignment with public service values and long-term community interests. As Selwyn Water Limited operates as a wholly owned subsidiary of the Council, strategic oversight and accountability remain with Council, reinforcing its role in safeguarding public assets and services. The subsidiary model enables Selwyn Water Limited to deliver services with agility and responsiveness while maintaining the integrity of public ownership. This balance supports innovation and service delivery without compromising the Council's duty to its constituents. Before I have that, Chair Sam, I might ask Simon if there's anything he would like to add at this point.
Thanks, Tim. Just one important thing is if the transfer agreement is approved today, there's still a lot of work to do between now and 18 December in terms of ensuring that all of the assets and obligations are effectively transferred. So it anticipates that Council will continue to work very closely with Selwyn Water on that in a collaborative manner. There are also some transitional arrangements that need to be agreed between Council and Selwyn Water that will take effect from the transfer, again to ensure that there is a smooth transition of the provision of water and wastewater services in the district from the transfer date. And all of this is consistent with the side letter that Tim's already mentioned in terms of both parties working closely going forward, leading up to the transfer on 18 December and following that date.
Thank you, Simon. Tim, I just wonder whether it's the two additions that we've got here today, if you could just talk to each of those and how that impacts the overall decision.
Minimal impact to the overall decision. It's really a reporting function in regard to how we're going to be bringing back information as it arises during the transition period. So the request, or I think the original recommendation is that it would be delegated to the CE to approve those decisions. Off the back of feedback from councillors and Councillor Glidden's request, we've agreed that it may be a better way going forward to bring those back on a monthly basis and report to full council.
Cool, thank you. So mover and seconder for what's in front of us. Yeah, Lydia and Sophie, great. And questions and comments on where we're at. Elizabeth.
Yeah, so we've got the monthly updates provided by the Chief Executive, but I would like to request that we could change that from Selwyn Water Limited directly, because feeding back to the council gives us much greater opportunity to ask questions to Selwyn Water and have more clarity around what's occurring at that time.
My read of what that sentence says is that Selwyn Water will work with Selwyn District Council to provide a document that clearly states where we're at, and that will be presented to council through the Chief Executive's report or any other briefing that's required. So I'm interested in if there's another mechanism that can do that, but it's always going to be a joint process because this whole thing is about the transfer between the two parties.
But this is the monthly updates, Sam. I'm just talking about the monthly updates. Selwyn Water directly reporting to council.
That's right. I mean, I think through the chair, the point's kind of been captured here already, that the Chief Executive, in preparing a report, the natural way to present information to this council will be through an officer report. And in this context, what we would expect to see is the Chief Executive will be authorising a report that will include and capture information that the Chief Executive has received from officers, but also from Selwyn Water. Given that we've got two sides of a transfer arrangement, there needs to be information presented from both, and that will be presented in a way that reflects this resolution. So I don't necessarily see there needs to be any attempt to direct Selwyn Water to prepare, because the Chief Executive can require that of Selwyn Water in the usual working way.
Anything further?
Transfer agreement as well.
I just wanted to seek some clarity. The community, while we're out in the campaign trail, have been asking about the water assets transferred over to Selwyn Water Limited. Is there any connection between those water assets and the LGFA loans?
Sorry, could you just repeat that, please?
Is there any connection between the water assets and any form of security against the LGFA loans that Selwyn Water will be taking out?
So security can't be taken over the water assets under the legislation, so those two will be separated out. There will be other security mechanisms in place.
Yep, and that security mechanism, to your knowledge, is just simply the ability to rate, is that correct? Same as the usual LGFA? Yep, okay.
Deborah.
Thank you, and I've circulated quite a bit of correspondence in the last couple of days, but the most important one that I'd like, and I'd appreciate it if we could actually clarify what's termed on my diligent page 130-336 on page 16. It's in reference to pre-closing 4.1 interim period, and then we actually have the wording in stormwater where it says the parties will negotiate and agree the terms on which Selwyn Water will provide maintenance services in respect of council's stormwater assets with effect from closing. Now, I reread this document. We're not transferring stormwater. In actual fact, if you go to the statement of expectation, there's a clearer wording, I feel, that is in there that needs to be transferred across for clarity about what services are being provided, because anybody reading this in plain English would actually see that, hang on, are we transferring all of our stormwater Selwyn Water Limited? So I'd appreciate it if I can have some clarification and maybe some wordsmithing to help out here, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hassan. Look, the intent of that statement is simply a placeholder. It's not saying that Selwyn Water Limited will be undertaking any stormwater activity. what it's saying is that should we require it necessary, we could enter into an agreement with Selwyn Water to deliver some of the maintenance aspects. And I believe that was the intent of the statement. But Simon, am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, and I just as a starting point, I would comment that obviously that clause and the transfer agreement does not transfer any obligations, responsibilities or assets relating to stormwater. They are not included within the transfer agreement. The reason for including this provision as one of the things listed under that clause that the parties will attempt to reach agreement on during the interim period between signing and 18 December is that if the council decides that because all of its resources relating to water and wastewater are being transferred across to Selwyn Water, it might make sense from an efficiency and a cost effectiveness perspective to have Selwyn Water carry out some of the stormwater maintenance under a arm's length contract effectively, rather than council retaining the resourcing or outsourcing to a third party of that maintenance. And again, there's nothing requiring council to enter into that with Selwyn Water, but we did want to put it in there as a flag and a placeholder for some arrangement that might want to be negotiated to take effect from the transfer.
Michael?
And just to the point that there's any uncertainty or perceived uncertainty, the background to this transfer agreement sets out the intended purpose and quite clearly expressly states the council will retain all assets and obligations relating to stormwater services and that the council retains responsibility for stormwater services. So it's said there in two places, and I think that we need to just be aware that there is a distinction in terms of what this new legislation is talking about around how you can deliver on your responsibility for a particular water service. There's nothing to stop the council from entering into a contractor relationship with a third party for aspects of its water or drinking water or stormwater service, which is what this provision is intended to provide for. The opportunity for council to look to work with Selwyn Water to involve them in some maintenance, but they won't then inherit the responsibility that this council is retaining.
Thank you. Lydia?
I just want to ask a question on that, because Selwyn Water Limited isn't the delivery arm, in my view. So why would we be transferring the maintenance to a non-delivery arm CCO? And so, I just find it interesting. Would the discussions around that actually be reflected back in the reporting to us?
We're not saying we're transferring the maintenance responsibilities to Selwyn Water. We're just including a clause in the transfer agreement, which would mean it was easier to go into an agreement with Selwyn Water if we required them to deliver any of our maintenance. There is no intention at this stage to do that.
So if there's no intention, then why are we doing it?
I believe it's just a placeholder in the transfer agreement.
It's I think if we use court and kind of a shared services model as a bit of an example here, it's we need to explore and during that interim period determine whether there might be an opportunity for a shared service in this space on a contractor type model. So it's a placeholder to be determined.
So any discussion on that would come back in the monthly reporting that we have?
Yes, yeah. If we make a decision to transfer any maintenance agreement with Selwyn Water, we'd bring that back to council.
I still find it very bizarre, and because my vision is those assets are transferring to Selwyn Water Limited for them to care for. And then in-house we have stormwater, land drainage and water races, and my vision would be that those are all sort of wrapped up together in-house. And so if we're transferring some of those out to Selwyn Water Limited for maintenance, to me this seems very bizarre. And so...
I might just add to the little intro that I gave to this topic before. So the legislation is set up that has a starting point of all TAs being the water service provider for all three waters. But that responsibility can then be transferred, which is what has been agreed here by this council for drinking water and wastewater, or it can exercise its responsibility to deliver stormwater in other ways, including through a contract. But where a contract is entered into with a third party for the delivery of the entire service or parts or aspects of, the council still remains the ultimate body or entity that's responsible for delivery. It's just choosing to deliver that function or that service through a contract for a part of it. That's what this clause was intended to provide for, so it's a flag or a signal that the council might look to arrange a contract or reach terms for a contract with Selwyn Water, but it wasn't intended to require that to happen. And to come back to your question just then to Tim, if this arrangement did have legs, we would expect there to be a report that comes back to this council that confirms the terms on which that contract would be entered into with Selwyn Water, because that's the way the legislation has been framed around the contracting point. So there's a further decision to be made to say, yes, we do want to enter into a contract for the delivery of a certain aspect, maintenance, of our stormwater responsibilities.
Yeah, I mean, I just still find it very interesting that we are doing that, considering we were to retain that. And I think, maybe others around the table see it slightly differently, but I thought that, lots of the discussion around keeping the stormwater with Selwyn District Council was that we were wrapping our land drainage into that, because they work in conjunction together, as do our water races with our land drainage. And so, if you were going to put a maintenance contract out, wouldn't there be things that are working in conjunction together around stormwater and land drainage? And I don't agree with that and what it sounds like to me.
It sounds to me like people are getting confused and that there's a misunderstanding about land drainage, water races and the stormwater side of things, because there's nothing in today's conversation that says we transfer any of that work to Selwyn Water Limited. What we're saying is that there might be a case in the future where it becomes cost efficient to have a contractual arrangement with Selwyn Water to deliver particular services that cross over between drinking water and wastewater, and also some surface water. And in that instance, staff will report back to us where that might be the case, and council can then see that it's going to be X dollars cheaper, the project's going to happen a particular way. But at the moment, there's no suggestion from staff in this paper that that is actually going to happen. It's just about leaving a door there so that we, in the future, can consider the best way for that to be delivered. So I just find it interesting that there's some confusion there, because I don't feel like the paper leaves that open for discussion. We're not transferring those things.
I'll let others around the table comment on that, but as the mover of that and speaking first, I will get a right of reply. But I just wanted to talk about the amendments that were proposed there around E and F. And, the reason of those is just to make it really clear for the new council, and maybe this is a little bit, you touched on this, Elizabeth, is, I think induction for new council is going to look like quite a big workshop with Selwyn Water Limited to get a full understanding of where they are and what is going on. So adding Selwyn Water Limited to E, I don't think has a lot of basis, because Sharon will potentially direct them to report to us anyway. And F was actually just around having a good consolidated view of what has happened in the transfer, noting that, there are potentially going to be other things added to these lists here. And it just gives, to me, it ensures transparency and accountability with the transfer, and gives us a really good consolidated view post-transfer for us as elected members, and reinforces our role of overseeing public infrastructure and services. And it also, I see it as building some trust with community, because we're showing that we are actively monitoring the transition. And I think, no matter what the new council decides to do with Selwyn Water Limited, this piece of work needed to be done to separate out the assets, the contracts, the consents, and the debt anyway. So that is why I'm supportive of this piece of work happening.
Thank you. Grant.
Thank you. The licensing of the land seemed like an elegant solution to an issue. The question I was just wanting to ask was around, I couldn't quite see it in Schedule 2, but I assume it says somewhere about remediation of land if required. At the end of the licence period or return to council, will Selwyn Water remediate the land if required? Is that somewhere in there? I can leave it with you, perhaps. I just wondered whether that is a consideration. That
Simon, do you have any comment on that?
No, I don't. Our property experts have put this in place, but I can take that away and confirm back what the position is, including under the Act, because obviously this licence aligns with the rights that Selwyn Water has under the Act.
it's a bit akin to having a petrol station, and then you're licensing them to use it, then they leave, and you got to remediate the tanks and stuff. I mean, limited probably application, but I'm thinking about heavy metals or something on a disposal field. You might turn into residential, who would be responsible for taking the soil away and remediating. That's the thought process behind it. But it seemed like a really elegant solution. The other thing I just wanted to ask is, it seems like because this is such a unique situation, and we probably are, I'm guessing, one of the first ones TAs in New Zealand to do it, there is a lot of uncertainty in it, and we've done a lot of thinking about it. I wonder, much as I love the legal eagles and paying them their very reasonable fees, whether we shouldn't be, as part of this process, developing a summary sheet that we could share with other territorial authorities around the learnings that we've got out of this process, because I would imagine otherwise we're going to rinse and repeat this exercise right throughout New Zealand, and I think perhaps we've done a lot of the groundwork which could help other TAs in this process. So just a thought, perhaps maybe for LG and Z. Sam, I don't know where that would go. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Tim, I mean, comment on that is that some of that has already begun, thinking about sharing, for sure. Deborah.
Going back to the stormwater one, seen there's a little bit of an unease. Is it possible to actually put in the definitions, hang on, sorry, my computer's just being a bit slow at the moment, definitions and interpretation, right? Clarity around what is meant by that stormwater. And the reason why is because if I'm reading the definitions and the interpretations at the beginning, and I read contractual arrangements and what contractual arrangements mean, under B, any other such agreement, arrangement or understanding entered into by the council between the date of this agreement and closing, but you're mentioning something like pre-closing, that's after closing. And I still think there's a better terminology that could actually be in the beginning of the report that ties up nicely with the statement of expectations. I've just got to find it, and it's, hang on. Sorry. I'm still on the stormwater one, but what I'm trying to do here is say that in
sorry, just Deborah, I think it's page 118. You're talking through the definitions?
Yeah, 118 definitions, sorry. But then I'm going back to, this is just hopeless. Sorry, then I'm going back to, sorry, it's just not working. Where did I have it? C. So when we go back to the letter of the statement of expectations in 11C, we have the wording maintaining regular communication with SDC in terms of SDC's stormwater service delivery responsibilities and aligning the delivery of new infrastructure where possible with SDC to reduce overall cost to ratepayers and consumers. If that's the intention of your stormwater that you've actually got written down in the transferred agreement, then it makes sense to me that those two should align with the understanding of the responsibilities. And I'm just pointing that out, that's where I think that the alignment should happen. And I would appreciate if someone could come up with some wordsmithing or something, cross-referencing what's in the statement of expectations, and that's on page, or everyone's trying to follow my issue, and it's not coming up. It's on page 104, 336. It's 104 of Diligent.
Thanks, Deborah. I think we want to be very careful about wordsmithing a document that has had all of the legal input that we have had so far and the expertise that's come in. So if there's some intent or some change that we think around direction, then sure, that is part of what the council needs to consider. But even as you've just raised, Deborah, we've just approved the statement of expectations, and in that statement of expectations it says that we will maintain regular communications in terms of stormwater delivery and responsibilities, and that where possible we'll look to reduce costs to ratepayers, which might include entering into contracts with Selwyn Water Limited to complete works on Selwyn District Council's behalf. So that's exactly what is envisaged in the statement of expectations that we've just approved, and why we need to leave this clause in the document as we have it, so that when the time comes, and if the time comes, it can be considered. Sophie?
Yeah, okay, so definitely appreciate, as Grant said, the idea of licensing the use of the land. That's much better than transferring everything. And also the changes to the resolution, so we get more reporting, or the new council gets more reporting, and that's really good for keeping on top of this stuff, especially in the interim phase, so that's really good. My take on the stormwater decision, and I am looking for clarity at page 130 of Diligent, D at the top. For me, this reads like a difference between the how and the who. So the who is still Selwyn District Council with the responsibility. The how is that where there's crossover, it makes sense to do it together, or to work out that sort of thing. And at no point in this does it mean that the who becomes Selwyn Water. I can see where some of that gets confused in there, and as we were just talking to Megan before, like it probably would be easier if the word was may instead of will, because that allows for that to be a bit clearer. But yeah, I don't know if that's possible, but that's where I'm sitting. It's the difference between the who and the how. The who has responsibility is still always Selwyn District Council until there is maybe some future resolution to change that, but right now that's not on the cards.
Well, Sophie took my point. No, look, and you haven't responded to that, but I do, like, to me, what I was hearing was the contradiction. It's really clear in this document that the stormwater assets and services are excluded, and it says that over and over and it repeats it. But using that language of that in this interim period we will agree and renegotiate and negotiate some terms for services seems to be the contradiction, can be easily resolved by the change of one word. I know it's wordsmithing. But then the only other thing I'd add is, look, we know that this transfer of assets will not be without challenge, and there are going to be some teething problems, some uncertainties, and there's things that we just don't know yet. And during that process with us, we've had a level of uncertainty with the change of the scale. With the new council coming in, they will have a similar level of uncertainty as well. And so I think if we can actually just modify that slightly, it will probably settle everybody down and feel a lot more comfortable that a particular type of asset and services will be retained here unless there's benefit in transferring. Once we get that sorted, then we can just stay on track and steadying the ship in our role as shareholders and working together. So, yeah. Thanks, Sophie.
Thank you, team. Look, from our perspectives, changing a will to a may, we're comfortable with that as an amendment. unless Simpson Gruson would like to step in and correct me in the last moment. Simon, anything to add? No, Simon's happy.
No, I understand the concern, and I think that was always the intention, that it probably should have read May, because it was intended to be a placeholder, as I mentioned before.
Easy, thank you. Anyone further? No? All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you. We'll adjourn the meeting and begin again with public forum and the other matters for today at 1 o'clock. We've got public forum to begin our time, and first up is Mark Alexander. Mark, thank you for coming in today, and look forward to what you've got to share with us.
Kia ora. The slides at the end of the presentation will be a bit hard to read because I didn't realise how they would look until I got here, so I've been busily splitting the first few. This presentation is on the safer speeds for Selwyn consultation that took place in the report on your agenda this afternoon. I'm submitting on behalf of two groups, the Ralston Residents Association and myself. Bit of background for those who don't know, perhaps those who are watching online. The Ralston Residents Association is an incorporated society representing the area residents in the area shown in the following slide. We aim to work with council for the best outcomes for our community. To dispel a rumour, submissions are made by the association after agreement and a resolution at a meeting, or if time doesn't permit, by agreement by an email discussion. Submissions aren't made unilaterally by the chair without agreements of members. That's our membership area. It's wider than just the Ralston Township. It's broadly the old Ralston Reserve rating area. It was adopted at our AGM last month along with a new constitution. Me, I'm a Ralston resident and ratepayer for over 30 years. Have been a community board member and a councillor, and I've been a member of the Residents Association for over 30 years. I use many of our roads, urban and rural. The association's submission and my submission are similar but not identical. Firstly, a thank you. On behalf of myself, my family, Ralston residents, and our community, I'd like to thank you all for your service over the last triennium, and for many of you, many trienniums. For those of you who are retiring, enjoy it. There is life beyond council out there. For those seeking re-election, good luck. May you have the success you deserve. The safer speeds for Selwyn consultation. Honestly, and I'm going to be brutally honest, this wasn't council's best example of consultation. There was an adequate time period for the submissions, but there were no public meetings to just explain the rationale for the changes, and this is reflected in the submissions. There was no choice wish to speak to the submission on the online submission form. Therefore, it is misleading to publish the submissions with a checkbox saying that every submitter does not wish to speak to their submission when they didn't have that opportunity and there wasn't a hearing. It implies that nobody wanted to speak to these. Well, none of us had a choice. I met with Ravi and a member of your comms team to discuss the consultation document because I found it confusing. The three of us agreed the consultation documentation was poor. The cost-benefit disclosure statement documents didn't actually show the reasons why any reason to support the proposed changes, which is actually reflected in your submissions. Council didn't explain its case, and the majority of submitters were either opposed or strongly opposed to every proposed change. That just shows how bad the consultation was. There was no hearing. I wouldn't be here today if I'd had an opportunity to speak to a hearing. Have you all seen the submissions? Have you all read every submission? Or are you only seeing the staff summary? Your report on your agenda today ignores and dismisses every submitter and all their concerns. Many in our community will see this as another example of council undertaking a sham false consultation with staff presenting an unchanged recommendation that most submitters did not support. The association views and my views are essentially the same regarding Ralston and northern Ralston changes. We actually support council's proposal to reduce to 50 kilometres an hour in the Ralston urban area, despite there being no crash accident data to support these proposed changes. The environment around a road should support the speed limit. So reductions around the urban areas, where it's obvious that they have become urban, are actually sensible. Roads next to urban developments with substantial development look like an urban environment and should have an urban speed limit. We, the association and I, do not support the reductions from 100 to 60 kilometres an hour around future developments in a single step. This reduction is too severe, too large for a single reduction. As the development begins, as road users can see development starting, a reduction to 80 kilometres an hour would be sensible and appropriate. When there's a significant amount of development, then a further reduction to 60 would then be appropriate. The penalty for a driver forgetting the change and being caught at 101 kilometres an hour in a 60k zone is a 28-day loss of licence and a potential confiscation of their vehicle. That is a severe penalty for most of us, particularly those living in the rural area. If you lose your vehicle for a month and your licence for a month, that is severe. So the consequence of a single step, 100 to 60, for a motorist who, in a moment's distraction, forgets to slow down, is severe. The fine for doing 101 and 80 zones, not cheap, but at least you retain your licence. So we don't support those single step reductions, particularly when the surrounding environment has been unchanged and is still of a rural residential nature. The roading environment will not suggest that speed limit. As I said, as development begins, a reduction to 80 would be appropriate. Walker's Road from Runners Road to Two Chain Road has one rural gate that's used infrequently. That's alongside the prison, from the highway to the prison. And yet you propose to reduce that to 60 kilometres an hour. There's nothing in that environment that suggests that road should be 60 kilometres an hour. In fact, council widened it 3 years ago, so it actually better supports 100 kilometres an hour. Most drivers don't get to 100 because it's only an 800 metre stretch of road, but 80 would be a much more appropriate reduction. It has a stop sign at its northern end and a railway at the other end. 80 past there would make sense. Unless you really have got a heavy foot, you don't get to 80. Ironically, the next stretch of Walker's Road from Two Chain Road to Wards Road was omitted from this consultation. It's another 1.6 kilometre of length, bounded by 2 stop signs. It's narrow. It's the original width, sealed width of Walker's Road. It's a rural residential area with about 20 entranceways, but is to be left at 100 kilometres an hour. Now think about that. You are proposing to reduce the speed limit on a wider road with no entranceways to 60. The next stretch of road, narrower, with 20 rural entranceways, you're leaving it 100. It makes no sense at all. An example is the Edendale stretch of Sandy Knowles Road has fewer entrances but has a 60k speed limit. A reduction of 80 for the northern piece of Walker's Road would be appropriate. Again, it's short. Unless you're really heavy-footed, you really don't get to 100. Two Chain Road from Walker's Road to Wards Road has a proposed reduction from 100 to 60. You're currently widening the stretch of road, which actually makes it more suitable for 100. The traffic volumes and accident data does not support this proposal, even when it starts to become the southern entranceway to the I-Zone I-Port industrial area. As Plan Change 80, the industrial development in that block between Two Chain and Two Chain and the railway line begins to develop, and the ends up improvements are built, there will be an increase in heavy traffic. At that point, a reduction to 80 might be more sensible as traffic volumes increase, not to 60 in a single step. Proposed Burnham speed limits. This is vaguely Burnham. It's actually closer to Norwood probably than Burnham. Of Telegraph Road in the western portion of Two Chain Road to 80 kilometres an hour. This is my view. There's absolutely no evidence to support this reduction. None at all. It's a rural environment. The roading environment doesn't suggest 80 kilometres an hour. The environment feels rural, and most drivers will continue to treat it as so. When I met with Ravi, he could not explain the reduction, except to suggest there was to be an expansion at the South Pacific Meats Plant, and that might mean an increase of trucks to and from that facility. That won't be hundreds of trucks. It won't be continuous truck movements. It won't be more than most of our rural roads. Ironically, the gravel quarries proposed and existing in this area will have higher traffic volumes, and yet there is no proposed road reductions around those quarries, no speed limit reductions around those quarries. If this is the new standard for Selwyn's rural roads, then almost all of our rural roads should be reduced to 80 kilometres an hour. And frankly, that is a nonsense.
Mark, I'm just checking with you. You're giving the presentation for both as you go, and you've been very clear at splitting out, which is your view. Which is
as I said, the Burnham section is as it was headlined, is my personal submission because it's outside the rohi of the Resident Association.
That's okay. I'm just managing the time for the meeting, and
was
you've got
told
another 10 minutes, so I just wanted to ensure that you knew that was for both
I had
together.
2 time slots.
Yes.
Because I'm presenting two submissions. What we request, if you're really bold, do not accept the staff recommendations. Don't ignore the majority of the submitters. Send the report back to staff and consult again properly, including meetings and hearings to get the community support for these changes. Or adopt the report with amendments. Adopt the changes around the urban areas to 50 kilometres an hour. Make it initially 100 to 80 kilometres an hour around development when development begins, and a subsequent drop 80 to 60 when the amount of development traffic volume supports it. What I request, don't accept the proposed Burnham speed limit changes. Leave the speed limits on Telegraph Road, the western end of Two Chain Road, Reynolds Road and Burdens Road unchanged. Please listen to our community and don't just rubber stamp the staff submissions. I'm actually available, and I won't even charge council, to work with your comm teams to give feedback when you're developing a consultation. Because I think you actually need some external feedback as to what makes sense and what works and how it will be received by the community. In fact, why not set up a community panel to road test your consultations before going public? That way you can actually get better consultation. You can actually get engagement that will engage the community and will hopefully produce better community support for your proposals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark, and for sharing those views with us. Councillors, you got any questions of the submission that Mark's brought in? Elizabeth?
I was trying to take notes quickly, Mark. Can you go back? You've got your recommendations. Can you go back to the groups, to your community's groups' recommendations for me, please, so I can just look at those and quickly take note?
Yep. Let me get there. You will get sent I have sent a copy of this in, but I suggested that it wouldn't be sent to you till after I'd made this presentation, so you actually had to listen to what I said rather than just reading it.
Yep, so one before.
Here we are, the proposed, our view. The
associations.
Yep. What we request is the final one. We go past that one. What I request, what the association requests. That's the page you're looking for.
Okay. Right.
2 recommendations. Either send it back for another round of consultation or adopt it with changes. Staff reports contain recommendations, not instructions.
Thank you. Councillors, any further questions of Mark? No. Mark, thank you for coming in and presenting that to us. The paper is on our agenda today, and if you're wanting to stay around, I'll ensure that it's brought forward on the agenda. We've got a couple of things. Bruce is here and through my report, and then we'll have that early on.
No, thank you. I'm actually going to go for a swim.
Okay.
And spend my day far more productively.
Enjoy the aquatic centre.
Can we please have a copy of the amendments?
It's going to be circulated.
It is, thank you.
Yep. We now have a presentation from Dogwatch. And Amelia's going to join us. Thank you for coming on down. Thanks, Amelia.
Kia ora koutou, thank you very much for having me. I won't keep you too long today. I'm here on behalf of Dogwatch Sanctuary Trust. My name's Amelia Ryman. I'm the fundraising manager at Dogwatch. Mainly, I'm just here to bring a little bit of awareness to our work, what we do, how we support the Selwyn district. We work quite closely with your pound, and yeah, just to see if there's any way we can strengthen our collaboration going forward. So Dogwatch is a local, independent and self-funded dog rescue based in Christchurch. We've been operating over 40 years, since 1982, and in that time we've rehomed thousands of dogs. Our mission is straightforward: rescue, rehabilitate and rehome. We take in dogs from council pounds and private surrenders, including dogs from Christchurch City, Selwyn, Waimakariri and Ashburton District Council pounds. And they're typically dogs that the pounds have been unable to rehome or return to their owners. Every dog that comes to Dogwatch is desexed, vaccinated, microchipped and registered before going to their new home. We're powered by a small team of dedicated staff and supported by more than 100 active volunteers who give their time to walking, training, fundraising and caring for our dogs. Our work doesn't stop at rehoming. Dogwatch also runs a busy community outreach program to support dog owners in need. We provide desexing and vaccination vouchers, dog food parcels and pet essentials to owners needing a helping hand. Our behaviour advisors support adopters with training and advice, which makes a huge difference in preventing dogs being returned, surrendered or ending up as strays. Education is really important to us. We encourage responsible dog ownership through secure fencing, lead use and good management, and promote this to our adopters and volunteers. All of this at the end of the day means fewer strays, fewer unwanted litters and fewer animal services call-outs, saving councils money while keeping the community safer. In July, we partnered with local vets and Christchurch City Council Animal Management to run 2 major vaccination clinics in response to a parvovirus outbreak in Christchurch. Nearly 300 dogs were vaccinated across these events. We also provided free food, flea and worm treatment, collars and leads to owners in need. Christchurch City Animal Management offered free microchipping at the clinics, which added another level of value. While the drive was based in Christchurch at Eastgate Mall car park, a significant number of dog owners travelled in from Selwyn to take part, which shows how strongly our work overlaps into your district. This was prevention in action: healthier dogs, fewer outbreaks and reduced pressure on both council and community resources. We're seeing more and more Selwyn families adopting Dogwatch dogs every year. Many of our dogs are now finding homes in Rolleston, Lincoln, Darfield and across the wider district. This tells us 2 important things: there's strong demand in Selwyn for well-prepared rescue dogs, and Selwyn residents are playing a vital role in giving these dogs their second chance. These growing adoption numbers show how deeply Dogwatch is already connected to the Selwyn community. In that slide there, you can see 2 dogs who have been adopted in the past year to this district. I don't know if some of you know Megan Mackay. Oh, sorry, that's you. We've only spoken on the phone, so that's her beautiful baby up the top. That's Summer, who used to be with us, and then down the bottom is Lola, who was adopted to another Rolleston family. That's cool. I also really want to acknowledge Selwyn District Council for your proactive approach to dog welfare, and this is in relation to animal services. A particular strength is the practice of placing pound dogs with Raleigh Canine for training and care before transferring them to other rescues. This doesn't always happen, but I know that the team, if they have a dog that is needing to go up for adoption, they try and book them in with them to get them some training and support, and we find that it means that the dogs are coming through much better prepared for their new homes. The dogs are generally better socialised, more confident, and much easier to rehome. The result is better outcomes all round. Dogs are set up for success in their new homes, council's workload is eased, Dog Watch can rehome more efficiently, the community benefits from well-adjusted and well-prepared pets, and we think this is an excellent approach and an example of best practice in action. Based on our experience, we encourage Selwyn District Council to consider a couple of opportunities that would build on the good work already happening out here. Ensuring all dogs from Selwyn Pound are desexed. I know that you do adoptions directly from your pound. You could look into increasing the adoption fee, which some councils are now adopting around the country, particularly Auckland and Waikato, and folding that desexing into the adoption fee. Means that the dog's going out and it can't breed in the community, which is a good thing. We would also support a continuing partnership with the one like Raleigh Canine, which makes a measurable difference in adoption outcomes. And we'd love to continue to explore future joint initiatives with rescues like Dog Watch, and whether that's community education campaigns, desexing initiatives, or vaccination drives that could possibly extend into Selwyn. We think these steps would strengthen what is already a very positive relationship and further reduce unwanted litters, impounds, and public safety risks. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Dog Watch is proud to work alongside Selwyn District Animal Services, and we commend the proactive approach that you take. We look forward to building on this partnership in the future.
Kia ora, Maria. Thank you for that, and thank you for the work you do with animals. Any questions or comments people got? Elizabeth.
Hi, just over here.
Oh, hi.
Hey, just what are the 5 main reasons that dogs are coming and basically turning up as unwanted? I'm just quite curious from our perspective whether there's any way of tackling that.
Are you referring to when dogs turn up at the pound? Why those reasons are, or when they come to rescues?
Use mine.
Okay. Sorry. What unwanted? So either way, anyway, what's creating the unwanted aspect of a dog? Because it looks like you've got a lot of grown adult dogs there, so they've been someone's pet for some period of time.
Mm-hmm. I would encapsulate that as not the most responsible dog ownership. So obviously a dog turns up at the pound, it's unregistered, not microchipped, they can't get it back to the owner, but potentially has that dog been dumped? Have they been purposely let off the property because for whatever reason the owner can't manage them? There's definitely an issue with a large amount of people trying to rehome their dogs and unable to, and then the dog winds up at the pound. But I guess if you then circle back to the beginning of the cycle, the problem really came when there was potentially an unwanted litter and a puppy that came into the world from the animal not being desexed in the first place. So we would push desexing as the most preventable thing you can do to reduce dog overpopulation. And then from there, it's all about promoting responsible dog ownership, encouraging people to microchip, and supporting them to do that without judgment, and if they can't afford vaccination, if they can't afford desexing, cool, how can we wrap around and support you? And we think throughout New Zealand there's more work that could be done from councils which would have a long-term effect. Obviously we've all seen what happens in Auckland when things get out of control. No one wants it to end up that way, and so those core things that you can do are probably the most preventable. What are they? Desexing. So if council offered vouchers to owners reclaiming their dogs, like we do, subsidised vouchers, cool, go to the vet, it'll cost you $20 to desex your dog. Or if the dog is then being put up for adoption, desex them before they go out the door as well. If someone's reclaiming that dog, here's a vaccination voucher. Can we do a vaccination drive out in Selwyn, but trying to hit those areas where there is the most need. Does that answer your question? Cool, thank you. Be more than one.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, yeah, you got Megan as well.
Oh, awesome, right, queue up.
Should have looked for the lights. I think you may have answered my question already, actually, because we got our dog from the Selwyn Pound.
Awesome.
And she was only 4 months old at the time, so she wasn't desexed and she wasn't ready for it.
Sure.
But I think
that's a good point.
From what you've been saying, I guess your suggestion there would be the voucher, so that
yes,
when they get to the right age,
yes,
you can make an appointment.
So what we do is, if someone is adopting a puppy from us, we give them a voucher, but we retain registration of that dog, so it's under our name until they prove to us that they have desexed the dog. Then we transfer them into their ownership.
Smart.
And we will do that, whatever region is needed, and then we can absolutely verify it's been done. We wouldn't suggest a dog is desexed before the age of 6 months. Some people like to wait until a year, 18 months, that's fine, as long as they can prove they've done it, and the dog becomes theirs.
Awesome, thank you.
Kia ora. So dogs on water. I feel like what a way to end council today. This is fantastic.
Cool.
So, Amelia, you and I had the opportunity to talk recently.
We did.
And because I've been a bit of a frequent flyer this year with Dogwatch, I thought I'd just take the opportunity to share something you shared with me, and that is that Selwyn Pound is amazing. So I don't know if it's pound or what we call it, but you said that
shelter, pound,
the services that we provide to this community are really good from a Dogwatch perspective, and that was great feedback to hear. So, but my question to you is, because I have been in and out over in Dogwatch quite a bit this year, and your facilities are a bit older, where are the funding gaps to be able to upgrade, and are there opportunities for partnership?
Absolutely, we would love to explore that. I can probably come back and present again, if I'm allowed to, in the next few months with some exciting plans that we've got. We, as Megan has alluded to, have a very tired and old shelter. We're looking at a full redevelopment of our facilities. So if there are any funding opportunities within Selwyn District that we would be eligible for, we would be super keen on that. Or if it's even just kind of raising more awareness in this region for individuals to support us in a fundraising campaign. But yeah, perhaps it's better to be speaking to that at a later date, and I can show you some photos of our facilities. They're pretty tired, worn out, lots of corrugated iron and bits and pieces patched together with lots of love. So yeah, we will be looking at a redevelopment in the very near future.
Thank you, Amelia, for coming in today and presenting that. As a follow-up, there'll be some correspondence around what those opportunities could look like, including next year's annual plan, if you wanted to come back and talk to council at that point in our community funding rounds as well.
Perfect.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
We have the confirmation of minutes from the 4 meetings, 21st of August, 5th of August, Upper Selwyn Huts Deliberations, Audit and Risk Subcommittee, then the minutes of the Finance and Performance Committee from the 6th of August, and the Extraordinary Council meeting on the 3rd of September. Have a mover and seconder that those be recorded as true and accurate. Elizabeth and Sophie, thank you. Is there any discussion on any of those individual minutes? Sophie? Oh, sorry, Nicole.
This is the Audit and Risk minutes, page 202 of our agenda. The section 9 about council building condition risks and inspection program. In that first paragraph, it's got referring to Farringdon twice, and I'm not sure why that is in there. I think that could be just removed, and it doesn't affect the actual paragraph itself.
Yep, and Nicole has shared that with me and with the minute taker as well, and it doesn't change the intent, but it seems strange that it was in there in the first place. So thank you, Nicole. That can be changed. Any further comments on any of the minutes? All those in favour that they're true and accurate, say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The next item is the Mayor's report, and Bruce Russell has come from the Community Board to share kind of a final thoughts from the Community Board as a part of my report. So Bruce, I'll invite you forward now to share that if you'd like to come to the end of the room. and talk to your community board report.
This is a summary, Mayor and councillors, and I do thank you for giving me in particular, on behalf of the Community Board, an opportunity to tell you what we have done and achieved over the last three years. Now, I think you've had reports given to you. Each one's got something in front of you, but anyway, I shall read it. In this final report to Council and the Melbourne Community Board, I would like to comment on a number of things that we have achieved and brought to the attention of Selwyn District Council in making Melbourne Ward and its residents a better place to live in. We started somewhat perilously with 2 by-elections. Once our current board was formed with a new chair and vice chair and 2 new board members, we all accepted the challenge that was put in front of us. Each member was given a responsibility in regards to areas. Some of the issues, although Council was quite reluctant to give us any great things to actually look after, and it's something that I would hope the new Council will consider what the Local Government Act recommends, that which community boards can actually take some control of. Some of the issues that were brought to our attention were as follows: roading, water, speed, Sheffield swimming pool, transport, Waimakariri Gorge Bridge, footpaths, youth, children's playground facilities. These are but a few of the matters we undertook as a responsible elected board. The Melbourne Community Board has ensured that the community's voice has been heard at national and local levels. Policy issues through submissions on granny flats, representation review and appeal, dangerous and insanitary buildings, speed and water. The board, in partnership with the Melbourne Community Vehicle Trust, a trial of an affordable weekly shopping bus service to Hornby, Rolleston, West Melton, a clear public transport need has been established at no additional cost to the ratepayer. The board took upon itself, with the help of the Springfield Residents Association, to form a working party with the Selwyn District Council, ECAN, residents and ourselves, re Springfield flooding. Progress is proceeding extremely well, and I notice in our agenda, which will be for our next meeting next Monday, there's a lot of documents there. I can't comment on those yet because I haven't had a chance to read them. I only got the agenda today. The board has a strong relationship with township and residents associations, with a new one recently being formed at Glenroy. We meet every 2 months for discussion and updates. Council staff have attended when asked, something myself and the board appreciate. We have strongly supported ANZAC services in our area and have assisted setting up new services in Halkett and Kurwee. The Riwi Alley Memorial in Springfield, along with Sister Cities Committee, have been recognised as an intricate commitment of the Melbourne Community Board. As this is our responsibility, having originally taken the initiative by the Melbourne Community Board some years ago. We have contributed to the renovations of the Darfield Historical Jail which was officially opened last Saturday, the 13th of September 2025. We also helped set up the Melbourne Writers Group. We had a very successful evening acknowledging 16 recipients' awards for voluntary work in the Melbourne ward. It amazes the board, the people who, in our opinion, are the unsung heroes of our community. Youth has also been a major focus of the board over the last 3 years. We invited through the Darfield High School 2 representatives to have speaking rights and take part in all discussions at our board meetings. But with changing meeting times and venue, this was not as successful as planned, but we hope the new elected board will pursue this. The board has in the last 2 years donated $500 per year to the Darfield High School to be awarded to students as the school sees fit. When the new board is elected, I intend to give them some ideas of what we have done, what we have achieved, what they would like to take responsibility of. And through the council, I'm quite sure we will get perhaps better cooperation of things that we can help our community to actually achieve. Finally, I would like Finally, I would sincerely like to thank my fellow board members, John Very, Vice Chair, Sian Yoon, Calvin Payne, Phil Freeman, and especially our 2 councillors, Bob Mugford and Lydia Glynn. Selwyn District Council staff have also played a very important role, and I would particularly mention our CEO, Sharon Mason, Steve Gibbling, Teresa Darville, B. Paul, and the finance team. I would also like to thank most sincerely the Melbourne community for your law support to not only making it possible that we as the community board are still there, but for the cooperation, the things that they have put before us, and I certainly appreciate the Melbourne community. As chair, I wish every success to the new Melbourne Community Board. It's interesting, at the 3 years ago, we couldn't get enough candidates to stand. And I guess in some ways that was one of the reasons why basically they finished up with an old fogel like me. But this year, there will be election in both wards, both of the Hawkins and the Torera. And I hope that this is the result of the present Melbourne Community Board. As chair, I wish every success to the Melbourne Community Board, the new to be elected, along with setting up a community boards in the other 3 wards of Selwyn District Council. That is a challenge I give to you personally, the new councillors, whoever they may be. Also, as chair, I would like to express that it has been my pleasure to chair a very successful community board. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, staff.
Bruce, thank you for that. and for your leadership. I don't think you need to make excuses for why you're chair. You have led that group well over the last 3 years and through some really turbulent times, resignations, by-elections, all sorts of other things going on, as well as the successes that you've mentioned. So thank you for your leadership for the community, and we appreciate you coming in today to share that report with us.
Thank you, Mayor Sam. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
If there are no questions,
To someone, Elizabeth does have a question.
Elizabeth.
First.
You're first.
Yep. I just want to say thank you very much, Bruce. We've really appreciated your dedication to the group, and we've seen significant progress and real enthusiasm come from the Melbourne Community Board, and we wish you well on your retirement.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a thank you, Bruce. You've done a fantastic job in navigating, as we've mentioned, some tricky waters, and it's been a pleasure to work alongside you. Navigating by-elections, representation reviews, and all the other things that we've had thrown at us. So I applaud you for your dedication to the board, and noting that we've got one more meeting to go yet, so you're not quite into your retirement, but I wish you well for that, and I've really enjoyed working with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sophie.
That's all right. Thank you, Bruce. I just wanted to acknowledge that this wasn't your first rodeo either, and thank you for way back when you were on Selwyn Central Community Board as well, when that used to include Rolleston as well as all the way up to West Belton. So thank you for being there for a long time and doing positive work for our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. And that's everyone, Bruce. So thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today. Ta.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillors, the rest of my report is written in front of you. There's two updates that I have since that was written, and they will be circulated to you separately. First is a response back from NZTA around the review of highway speed limits and the letter that was sent to them. And the second is a brief report from Jessica Peterson, who was the support of the Mayoral Relief Fund following the flood recovery grants and the $50,000 that was given from the Minister for Emergency Management and Recovery. That has now been dispersed to the community and has been exhausted. And I'd like to thank Malcolm for his work on the panel, supporting that to be given to the community. They'll both be emailed around to everyone so that you can see those and attached to today's minutes as items for the record. Happy to answer any questions of the report that's there. I've noted the Selwyn Awards was an amazing night of celebration for the district with a huge range of both volunteer community individuals and groups through to businesses that are succeeding in our district, in particular to acknowledge Ratana Italian Restaurant, who won the People's Choice Award, and the particular events that are there. I'll move that you receive my report. Is there a seconder? Malcolm, thank you. Any further questions, or all those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The Chief Executive's report. It's page 213 of today's agenda. Sharon.
Thank you, Sam. Just want to provide some feedback with regards to last month's public forum, and the team are working with the West Melton School around some opportunities, so that will continue. With regards to the Local Government Systems Improvement Bill, we did get some feedback from councillors, which was largely in keeping with the Canterbury Mayoral Forum submission. So we've indicated our support for the forum's position, and that was lodged on the 27th of August, and that's attached as an appendices. Just a general update around the resource management consenting and other system changes. I'd like to acknowledge that our staff have now transferred from Selwyn District Council across to Selwyn Water Limited, and that came into effect from the 1st of September, and we have had 19 staff move across in total. Item 5, the standard code of conduct. So we did send out an email to councillors. I appreciated a busy time. So we have been asked for feedback with regards to the Minister of Local Government, who has worked with his team to develop a standardised code of conduct. We've received one set of feedback which generally expressed support, but we haven't had any other feedback. So unless councillors give some direction today, staff and officers weren't intending to put some formal feedback, which is due by the 26th of September, unless you wish us to provide a formal letter generally supporting the direction of travel of the code of conduct, but be guided by councillors. And you will see that it's attached as an appendice. And just finally, really, on behalf of council staff, I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to the Mayor and to councillors, not only for your support, but the strategic direction that you have given council staff for us to be able to deliver over the past 3 years. I'd like to very much acknowledge the individual councillors that are leaving, and thank you for your dedication and your service to our community. It has been hugely appreciated. Also want to recognise Megan as well for your valued contributions. Megan, we have enjoyed what you have brought to the table, and we thank you for that. And collectively, your guidance, your strategy setting for council staff and for our community has been greatly appreciated. And I would like to express thanks on behalf of all of council staff.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there any particular feedback on those items that Sharon has mentioned? With the code of conduct, there's no reason why individuals can't also submit on that too. So if you do have particularly strong views, with there being no further meeting to collaborate on what that is going to look like, I suggest that if you want to do that, that you do it yourself. And this is something today that can come up that we can agree to. Okay. I'll move that Sharon's report be received.
Yep.
Seconded, Sophie?
Yep.
Is there any further discussion on any of it? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you, Sharon. We move to the end of triennium matters, 22 through 25.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Again, this is really a procedural matter that occurs at the end of each triennium, and it's really about providing some delegations in between the outgoing council and the new council being sworn in. And so this is procedural and happens at the end of each triennium.
Thanks, Shane. Seconded. Bob, chat. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. The next item is safer speeds for Selwyn, setting of speeds to support growth and expansion. Gareth and Sam.
Good afternoon, councillors. Well, that was a curveball. Just bear with me, I've got copious notes which I can only describe as a demented spider let loose in a pot of ink. I had prepared, obviously, an introduction into this report, but first of all, I'd like to acknowledge, and I've brought along what's essentially Council's road safety team, because these guys do a lot of the work in this space. And we've got Ravi, the road safety engineer, and Sam, who's the school's road safety officer. I will come to some of the comments that Mark brought up in public forum very shortly. There you go, that's my notes. First of all, why? Why we've done this? Selwyn has experienced, as we know, rapid growth. These are targeted speed limit reductions on roads which were essentially or previously rural roads and now have got development. We do have development, we have houses being built where technically they're 50-kilometre residential zones with 100-kilometre roads, in some instances, not all. brought up earlier to councillors was a comment around the consultation process. The consultation process that was followed for this is not under the LGA. It is not a local government act consultation process. It was done under the new setting of speed limit rule, Land Transport Act, under the alternative method set down by NZTA. Councillors will remember that we did send out an email pre-consultation setting out the difference and the change in the consultation process that there was. As I mentioned previously, the approach is such that it addresses targeted speed areas rather than wide sweeping speed areas. Previously, you'll remember that under the LGA, council could set speed limits under a bylaw, which would then trigger the LGA consultation process and hearings and presentations and everything. There was reference made to the ignoring submissions. There were 10 category questions that were asked in the consultation process. I won't read them all out, obviously it's too long, but the top three. The top three talk about, these are the top three submitters. They're not about people who actually live or reside anywhere near those roads. The first one is about people who pass through. The second one is people that might visit the area but don't live locally. And the third one is they use the road for education, commuting. Those were 51% of the submitters. The people who live on these roads represent 7% of the submitters. That's why we're not ignoring the submitters. It's about relevancy of those submitters. Why do we choose these roads? Why these routes? As we mentioned earlier, to some degree, there's an exercise of some self-explanatory here. Roads with development which is occurring on once rural roads, those speeds need to be adjusted. Other roads were also chosen in consultation with the development plans, the projections of development, and the ODP. The two chain road proposals that was referred to earlier in the public forum are based on the NZTA Rolleston access agreements into the industrial area. The Telegraph Road, Burdens Road, two chains SPM meets reduction is something which arose through a resource consent process which has resulted in a right-hand turn bay on Telegraph Road. There's an anticipated growth in industrial traffic that will go there. Out of all the roads that were put forward, a quick conversation is that is the one area we would happily put aside and revisit if it needed to be. Earlier in the public forum, you heard an approach about why drop. It's too dramatic of a speed drop from 100 to 50, and perhaps a staggered approach will be more appropriate. A staggered approach. Some of these reductions are, as I say, self-explanatory. They're quite obvious. You know when you're driving down the road when there's houses around you, the surrounding environment tells you you're not on a 100k road. They will be well signalled, they'll be well signposted, and they just won't be dropped in overnight. People won't get caught out and hopefully have their vehicle impounded. Taking a staggered approach as development goes along from 100 to 80 to 60 to 50 is also quite costly. Continual change in the signs probably creates more confusion than dropping from 100 to 50. We believe that, contrary to what was put forward earlier, we believe that the recommendations presented are based on supporting targeted growth in our community to bring safer speeds. The consultation was done completely in accordance with the alternative method as set down by government and NZTA. And we cannot allow, in some instances, people to have development and residences on roads which don't have the relevant speed limits fitting them. And quickly to wrap up, our paper introduction, we've heard the why. Selwyn is one of the first councils. I believe Tasman has just submitted an alternative proposal. The first council RCA on the South Island to do a targeted speed limit reduction, and there's only a handful of councils on the North Island which have done it. This is a new process. This is a completely new process for all of us. We've heard about the rule. There is future-proofing in some of the proposals. 90% of the reductions before you in the report are around residential growth, nothing more. There's some industrial stuff around Rolleston access. There's there's a bit in Lincoln, I believe, with the park development around Boundary Road. Most of it is residential growth. It does future-proof it. Not everything will be introduced at the same time. The stagger will come as development proceeds. Heard about the consultation process. It's a strong 6-week period as laid down under the rules. Lots of feedback, and explained why some of that feedback hasn't been taken on board. Just to conclude, final point, next steps. After Council's decision on the proposals today, these need to be taken back to NZTA then and go through the NZTA process before implementation. And then finally, once we've gone through that, there is then another round of communicating out to the community on the timing and delivery of these changes. So, councillors, I'm happy to take questions. I'm sure there will be many. Hopefully you've addressed a number of those issues that were brought up earlier. And yeah, just to reiterate, this consultation was done under the alternative method and not under the LGA. Thank you.
Thanks, Gareth. And just around the decision-making process, is there? It feels like what the submitter said, and actually, and when you read through, it's like some things, as you say, are obvious, and others don't seem as obvious. Is there a way that we can have, when a road meets A, its speed is X, when a road looks like B, its speed is Y, and when a road looks like C, its speed is Z, as it just kind of happens as the road, and because at that point it's obvious to everyone that things are different, rather than this process which seems like it's based on a whole lot of other factors around how people feel about driving down that road and whether or not the timing of those changes have occurred not yet or about to occur. Is there any flexibility in that, or are we really bound to only deal with sections of road as this process is done?
I'll let Ravi answer that, Mayor. He's the technical expert in this. Yes, there is, and this does try to cater for some of that. We are not waiting for some of that stuff. Some of that stuff has arrived, but we're not waiting for it. Do you want to expand on that, Ravi?
Yeah, so the rule, the setting of speed limit rule 2024 document have road classification and appropriate speed limit listed in there. So we're following that to propose speed limit. So some of the development where we changing the rural roads to urban. So we're using the urban street classification to propose the 50 kilometer speed limit.
What I'll also hear in there, correct me if I'm wrong, is it might be helpful in the future to have some sort of legend which says what makes a road become 50k, what makes a road become 80k, etc. And that could be more helpful to people.
Yeah, thanks. It just feels like at the moment we're asking people's opinion on whether or not a road should be a particular speed when there's actually some other guidelines by the sounds of it that needs to be included. Okay. Elizabeth.
Okay. What equation is currently used to determine the drop in speed limit, e.g. the housing ratio per 100 metres, road widths, external changes, e.g. whether there's footpaths on both sides of the roads, pedestrian crossings, the proximity to schools? And I'm just trying to gauge from what Sam was saying that last comment, do we currently have or not have a solid policy which guides these decisions? That's my first question.
Yes, I guess we do.
Yeah, so this is again followed from the setting of speed limit rule 2024. There is
classification detail with road, class of road, description and appropriate speed limit. So if we look at urban street, it says residential and neighborhood streets and streets that provide access to and support business, shop, on street and activity and services. So most of the urban roads which have speed limit from 50 to 80 kilometer depending on the road environment. So we're using those specification and classification too.
Okay, so are we implementing the speed changes preempting before the development's built or post the development of residential?
We won't. In some, we are implementing them in catch-up. In the vast majority, we are preempting and planning and won't implement them until those changes come along. We're just getting the proposal now.
Right, that might need some clarification from the comms team out to the public. On that note, the second of what I was going to read may not be relevant, but what were your thoughts on, which is what we had asked by the speaker this morning, what were your thoughts on extending community public engagement? So people want face-to-face meetings is clearly what they're asking for, which would mean deferring this decision so that you can bring the community along on the journey. But that might not be relevant if you are able to go out with the comms and say we're just putting it across, but we're deferring them until they are built up areas.
Sure. As I opened with as well, Councillor, that is a perception and an expectation under routine consultation under the LGA. This is not under the LGA. This has followed the NZTA alternative setting of speed guidelines, and we have followed it to the letter.
Is there flexibility for us to do our own comms in the way that we like with the community, because our communities are clearly asking for more public interfacing on these types of decisions?
There's always room for more comms out to the community. And
Gareth, I'll get Dom just to speak to the use of particular bits of legislation, if that's right.
Yeah, good afternoon all. So I just want to absolutely clarify that hearings are only required under a special consultative procedure, not every consultation that we do. Naturally, when we make decisions, we need to have regard to the principles of good decision making under the LGA. That requires us to create a process to. Happy to take any questions.
So Dom, to clarify, we don't need to have hearings on this. Yep,
correct.
But we have the flexibility as a council that if our community say, could you please hold a public meeting where we can come and engage with the people making these decisions to clarify and ensure them before we do consult, then that is an option available to the council.
That's, I think, outside the scope of the paper and the recommendations that are currently sitting before council. What I can confirm is that the consultation process and the submissions that were received were, as I understand it, provided to all councillors, and it's in that manner that all feedback was to be considered on this consultation. You're not required to have had a hearing.
No, the question wasn't what we were required to do, it was what was the flexibility and what we could do.
And in that circumstance, council exercises discretion to ensure that it appropriately receives the feedback, and on that basis it was written submissions, and then the public forum that you had today, you are able to have heard the presentation that you received from the member of the community that came.
And just to close that out, Councillor, we have not heard widespread requests to have public hearings on these speed limits, only from the public forum today. And the public forum today, I don't know if councillors picked up, we did respond to their request early, and both Ravi and Sam went out and met with this presenter in public forum to talk through all the things that were presented.
Tēnā rā tātou. Thank you very much, Gareth, Ravi and Sam. I do appreciate the work that you've undertaken, and I can appreciate the fine balance of public good, public safety, mixed with sentiment and feedback, and acknowledging Mark Alexander's submission as well. I'm comfortable with the recommendation that's been put forward based on the balance of residential development. It's quite obvious, and most of the Y speed limit reduction is proposed at each of them. And as an example, page 240, Goulds Road from Point generally south Shillington Boulevard. I travel that stretch of road quite frequently, and 80 is far too fast. And I'm surprised someone hasn't been hurt or seriously injured on that section of road travelling at 80. And it's probably also a prime example of why early speed reduction is required, because it is now a built-up area at a far too fast speed that is likely to have a serious consequence soon. So I support the recommendations put forward. So move.
Shane's moved that. Is there a seconder for the recommendations? Grant, thank you. And Sophie, you're the next speaker.
Yep. Okay.
I'm not sure if your microphone's pressed in, Sophie. Just there you go.
Here we go. I'll give that a try. Is that better? Yes. Excellent. Okay. So you've mentioned before that you're okay with putting the bit around Burnham Telegraph Road aside. I don't know if we need to amend any motions to put that through, because if that's not needed right now, just push it back. Okay, cool. I note in the report we've got there's some dates of when these different changes would be commenced. I'm guessing, so I mean it's got a year, which is a long time, is each year. If it turns out that it meets the criteria for changing sooner, or if it's pushed out, then it'll just be amended to whatever date is most applicable, not just, well, we said 2026, so we're gonna do it. Okay, cool, thank you. Just going through a few random things there. I think in terms of what Mark was saying about between the two between both sides around the amount of feedback around people who didn't like the speed limit proposals, and then as you've pointed out, who it was who was who was supporting and who wasn't. It would have been helpful in this report, perhaps, or in future ones, if there was some sort of chart or something that could show you that, like how the different categories of people responded, because it's kind of known, that if you live in an area and you drive out of your driveway and everyone's too fast, like you recognise the dangers of that, and the person who's driving past just sees it as a barrier if you drop the speed. And it is interesting to be able to have that more nuanced conversation around who recognises the need and who sees it as an issue. But yeah, that didn't quite come through in the report, but I take your point about who was responding. So, yeah. And I guess another question was, in terms of another thing that Mark raised, why was Walker's Road from 2 Chain to Wards Road left out in terms of changes? Because he does make a very good point about the number of driveways there.
He misses a very important point as well. That is one of our accident black spot stop signs. And
I know, I've nearly been hit there.
Well, the district experienced a very bad accident there just before Christmas last year.
Yeah.
I don't know the explicit answer to that. Quickly, after listening to Mark, tried to work that one out. Ravi's going to press the button now, I know. But that's, to me, looking at the logic of that's north of the industrial access. And the industrial access movements will come along Walker's Road into iZone I Port, not beyond that intersection. It's still, at some point, there's a cut-off to the rural limit. Mm. And you'll always debate whether that cut-off is correct or not. I'll let Ravi answer that. But just to pick up on your other point, Councillor, the one about differentiating between residences, we acknowledge that, and we've had a conversation about that beforehand. We done a consultation piece about a year ago on another piece of road in the district, where the very first question was, do you live on this road? And that probably should be applicable in this going forward, and we'll put that in. Ravi, am I right about Walkers?
Yes, can just add in that Gareth initially mentioned This was as an agreement with NZTA as part of NZTA project. We included Walker's 2-chain road as the industrial area connectivity. We got Walker's road, 2-chain road intersection is going to be a roundabout. And we have a cycle path going along Walker's road, which goes to 2-chain road, and that connects along to the Rolleston urban area. So that's the reason why we are changing the speed limit for all this section, with the industrial area expansion coming up to Walker's road. But there is no obvious change along the Walker's road further from 2-chain road to Watts road. So we haven't included any changes.
Yeah, it might well be needed in future, but fair enough, it's not there now. We haven't been consulted on it, so it's not like we can add it in at the last minute or anything. But yeah, thank you very much, team.
I guess my question was around the rural connector roads and SPM, and you talk about the resource consent, knowing that I've seen the turning lane going in there, but is it actually the resource consent that stipulates any speed changes there?
No, it's not. And I'm looking around the room, so I know some councillors were involved in conversations at that point. The resource consent does not stipulate the speed change. The resource consent stipulates the right-hand turning lane on Telegraph Road. But once the right-hand turning lane went in, some residences in that rural proximity were quite lobbying at council to bring in speed changes, because their driveways, their ability to get to their rural mailboxes, they felt the speed limit was too high and was going to be impacted greatly now by the increase of traffic to SPM. So that's what that was included for. But as we said earlier, that's the one speed limit. If there's more conversation to be had around that, then there's more conversation to be had, and we can push that back.
Some interest. What are the increased HT movements for SPM?
Steve was at that meeting. I wasn't. Were you?
I'm not sure. We need to check the consent.
Yeah, I mean, Mark brought up a great point in the fact that if we're looking at, for SPM there, and yet there is no changes for all of the quarries going in.
We'll push that back.
Yeah. So I think, look, and I can support some of the stuff that is around our urban townships, noting that, it is road safety, there is development that has happened, and people now live in those spaces where they didn't beforehand. So I can acknowledge that, but I just think that there needs to be a bit more work on this.
Accepted. And saying again, we propose pushing that back. Entered into the conversation that proposed pushing that back. Again, I have to reinforce that 90% plus of these changes are a residential growth.
So what does that look like? Does that look like coming back to council for discussion? Does that look like you having discussion with affected parties?
It will. That'll have to come back to council, I would guess, in the next alternative method consultation process that comes to council. I'm sure this isn't the last. It's the first, but it won't be the last speed change. We'll just push that back into the next one.
I just wanted a wee bit of clarity, because there might be an alternate solution. What I was hearing, and rather than pushing back to the next consultation, was if we approve this today, staff would use their judgment and delegation as to how fast it might be implemented into the future. Is that a way forward?
We've offered to push the Telegraph Road 2-chain burdens one back grant, and I think that would be appropriate to do.
So we could approve this today.
We can approve this today. We would just remove that.
That sounds like
and I think that would be the appropriate thing to do, considering what's been put forward to councillors.
On page 237, there's a really well-written paragraph which comes to the nub of being a councillor, I think. Particularly, it talks about the challenge of consultation outcomes, telling you one thing when your community, or as a councillor, you're hearing something different. Isn't that the real skill of being a councillor, where you're making decisions when you've got submissions in front of you, and if you just blindly follow the submissions, you would say, don't do this. But then let's use an example of Old Taitapu Road, my home patch. the submissions say don't decrease the speed. But then you've got the Taitapu Bowls Club, the Taitapu Residents Association, the Taitapu Hotel, the Taitapu Play Centre, all telling me who are on that road, for God's sake, get this down to 60 as fast as you can and get it safe. And so that is the skill and judgment of being a councillor, isn't it? Is taking into account submissions, but also using your local knowledge and networks to understand what actually needs to happen. And I think, what I've seen in the ones, particularly in the Springs Ward, they all seem very common sense, and they are responding to growth. And if there's any way, in that case, of my little home patch of Old Taitapu Road, of bringing it forward rather than slowing it down, we'd be all for it. So, thank you.
No, I just wanted to seek some clarification.
Happened. Oh, thank you. A question around gazetting. If suddenly signs turn up on a rural road that was 100 down to 60, and it may be for safety reasons, does that need to be gazetted in some way for approval, or can you have leniency because of the safety of the road that that road needs to be down to 60?
No. Gazetting being the old term, we would have, it has to go through the set and speed limit process, and it has to go back to the speed limit register through NZTA. And there's a classic example right now in Lincoln as well, which I'll leave it there.
Okay, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I have a road just around the corner from me called Swamp Road. And suddenly a 60k sign has turned up directly from a 100k sign along that road. And it's actually got another sign further on down with some speed bumps on it. So I'm just wondering where these 60 sign, where this turned up, and did they need to be gazetted? Because if it's a road safety issue and it's a health and safety issue, then surely something like that maybe need to be reported back to council if this is what's happening to manage our, sorry, I don't want to offend anybody, but road repairs or the safety of our roads. So can you, I'm just making sure that we're going through a proper process here for our rural roads while we've got the opportunity.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. There's a bit more clarity in that there, Councillor, towards the end. Look, if we had a need as a road controlling authority to step in because of the safety of the road, we can bring in a temporary speed limit. We'd have to put a temporary traffic management plan in place, and we would put it in through that system. Ellesmere Road is a classic example where we've done that, where the road surface broke up, where the bumps were, etc., and we temporarily lowered that speed with a TMP until we could go through the setting of speed limit. I don't know the 60, I'm not familiar with the 60 sign on Swamp Road that you're talking about, but if there's ever any doubt, there is a national speed limit register. It's online, it's public. Just pop online and you click on the point of the road and it'll tell you what the gazetted speed for that road is. If the gazetted speed for that road is 100 kilometres an hour, it will tell you it's 100 kilometres an hour. If there's a 60 sign there, let us know, because the gazetted speed is, unless there's a TMP in place for it.
Thank you, Gareth. What I've heard from you and some of the answers is that there's flexibility on the implementation dates, but the recommendation we've got in front of us basically is saying that we'll set all those to be implemented at a future date, but as outlined in this report currently has dates in it. So I'm wanting to know, and maybe this is for you, Sharon, thinking about the direction we give you, do we need to add something that approves A, but then requests staff to review implementation dates in line with traffic and surrounding environment change, and that way that gives you the flexibility to look at those, implement the ones immediately that need to be done yesterday, and perhaps put further out from what's in here based on today's discussion where that needs to land. Because otherwise we're setting those dates for you when we make this decision today, even though the conversation has had more flexibility in it.
Yep, that works. Don't forget, everything hinges on NZTA's recommendation as well.
So we'll still keep B would become C. So councillors, it's an amendment to what's there to add a B, which says requests staff to review the implementation dates to align with traffic and surrounding environment change. If there's better language that helps capture that. That's just what I've heard from the conversation. You wanted to see that flexibility. Process-wise, that's okay?
Yeah, we're happy with that.
Okay. I'll move that as an amendment then to add in B. Is there a seconder? Nicole, thank you. Is there any discussion on that amendment being included? All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. And now through A, B and C have already been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? You had a question? Yeah.
I just wanted to seek clarification. Where you've got location 2 Chain Road 100 down to 60 k's, it doesn't stipulate a portion of the road, so I take it that's the entirety.
Yeah, 2 Chain Road from Walkers to Jones Road 60. That's because of the industrial area expansion and the NZTA project, as we agreed to NZTA.
It's part of the upgrades that have been funded through NZTA.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. So we've got A, B and C. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you for coming in and presenting that to us and for
Thank
the
you.
flexibility on that implementation.
Thank you. I didn't intend it to be a long report.
We now have the next item being the non-financial delegations as part of the review. Jody, Don, welcome along. Hand over to the two of you.
Tēnā koutou councillors. So what we're presenting to you today is part 2 of our delegation review. You recall that we completed a financial delegation review late last year, which was related to what essentially people can spend. And this part 2, which we're presenting to you today, is about essentially what people can do. The purpose of what we're going to create and will be the delegations register is to enable staff and governors to quickly identify what decisions are made by whom, making the exercise of delegated authority easier, and also increase our ability to monitor and ensure that delegations are reflected in processes when they are developed. The schedules that are appended to the report reflect all the decision-making powers that have been recorded in current sources, and those include policy, the delegations manual, and the like. And those will be collated into one central source, similar to what we had with the old delegations manual. We'll be moving to a digital platform called the Delegations Register to hold all records of delegated authority. So we have one centrally managed source of truth. The process that we went through with these were to workshop with delegates what decision-making powers they currently had and what they needed to fulfil the responsibilities of the roles, so we can make sure that any of the authority that's being exercised actually aligns with their responsibilities and is empowering to them. We went through a process where we identified what we needed to keep, what we needed to amend, and also where some gaps were in the recorded delegated authority. And we gave an example of that at the briefing last month around leases and licences at the operational level. So essentially the resolutions that are proposed by this report reflect what our delegation framework will look like moving forward.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this paper?
Yep.
Moved by Malcolm. Is there a seconder? Bob, thank you. And Deborah, you first.
I've just got some queries. If we actually go to 291 of Diligent, and it's to do with other council law specific delegations in their individual capacity as councillors. And you've mentioned the Delegations Manual CD 103-104. Now, what I'd like to understand is that still the Delegations Manual, right, the old one? Is that going to be updated, or is that just going to stay as a reference point for, those areas? How are we going to deal with that in the future? Because that seems to me to be referencing the old, right? Is the old going to be updated somewhere, somehow, alongside the new council?
Yes, so the references to the old delegation manual are simply just though they're references, and that's more to advise you where that delegation has come from. When they get input into the register, the old delegations manual will no longer essentially be the current source of truth, so that reference can be removed.
Okay. Now, what we also have is the resolution itself, and I think I might be wordsmithing here, but if I go to 4, would it not be better read, the delegations that council will retain are, instead of and, the financial and non-financial delegation schedules for the chief executive and the executive leadership team?
That resolution is asking councillors to note all of those schedules.
Okay, but is it right? Okay, I just didn't read it that way. I thought the delegation, it should have been the delegations that council will retain are the financial, but it's not, and the, yeah, okay. It's just how it read. That was also, and I guess the other point is coming back to we have the chief executive on B 275. The chief executive will be able to delegate to members of the staff and other officers. These delegations will be recorded in the new electronic delegations register. And then we're talking about the chief executive bringing changes to that back to council when needed. Now, I would like to actually say that and ask whether, any of these delegations should be reported back as part of the chief executive's KPI review or regular reporting back to council. The reason why I'm asking this is the overall value of both delegations and policy has to remain with the governance board. The responsibility for those delegations still remains with all of council. And given that you've got delegations and policies, there has to be some way for those that have the authority the overall authority to be able to monitor the process for due diligence and for managing risk. So I'm just wondering, where's the review point in this document that gives me assurance that that's going to actually happen?
Deborah, the induction process will include a review for all the new councillors on all of these delegations, and the chief executive's KPIs currently include a business as usual expectation to do the job, which flows into that induction piece. And any new council, should they wish to consider this as part of the KPI setting as a specific, can include it in the KPIs at the time. But today we're not reviewing the chief executive's KPIs, so we can't change that or insert that as a part of today's discussion.
I wasn't asking that. I was asking what process do we have, right?
So you've got induction and you've got the setting of KPIs. Yeah.
Sam.
Steve.
Yeah, so I think just to further add to this, the other way that council gets assurance is through the regular reporting back to the Audit and Risk Committee on a quarterly basis, and we include a policy overview where we're at in the program, what policies are coming up for renewal, and so that is reported on a quarterly basis back to that Audit and Risk Committee. So that's where council gets assurance through that process.
Thank you very much for answering.
Okay, so firstly, you've just sort of semi-answered what I was asking, but you're saying that the new council is going to be overseeing what we're approving today, or are you just specifically talking about KPIs and giving people a chance to look at the delegations? There's a chance that these delegations will be up for discussion with the new council. Is that correct?
I think it's both, because the new council will need to be made aware of what all the existing delegations are,
Yep.
and then it will be up to them to determine any further discussion or review of that.
Yep, sure.
As well as the new council, when it comes due, will set the KPIs for the chief executive, so that will meet both of Deborah's queries around how the new council will engage in it.
Thank you.
Grant.
A couple of questions and a suggestion. I'm starting on page 283 and looking at the column marked donation sponsorship. I'm really concerned about having that there. It doesn't seem, for a business like ours, to have a $20,000 limit for donations and sponsorships for the ELT when we've got a comprehensive suite of grants and community grants that they can apply through with high transparency, and to have a discretionary amount of $20,000 for ELT members. I'm happy for that to be delegated to the CEO, but I don't see us as an organisation sponsoring and grants being done behind the curtain, as it were.
Thank you, Grant. And in terms of any donations go through a rigorous process that's set out under the community services funding, and we do very little in the way of donations.
If we do very little, it reinforces that perhaps it should be a CEO sign-off.
Yeah.
I think, to be honest.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Second question is on page 292 on the chief executive delegations. I think you just need a few more words here, because it just doesn't sound right, particularly authorise the use of council funds to procure items for personal use. I'm sort of going, that doesn't sound too flash.
I think that's related to computers and purchasing of iPads to be
needs
distributed.
more words there.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we're not spending money for personal gain. We can tidy that up, thank you.
Third thing, the suggestion is that we add a clause F, and seeing we are transitioning to a new delegated authorities, rather than sort of getting wrapped up in will the new council look at it or not, an alternate mechanism is that we suggest that Audit New Zealand make it a matter of inquiry about the exercise of delegations at the next audit. So that would be a great way of doing it. They could pull some journals out, have a look, test it, and then rather than sort of creating a should we, shouldn't we type exercise.
And I think that the internal audit program that is now run through Risk and Audit provides those opportunities now at getting the program well established, that that they can take that into account and get the internal auditors or the external auditors to do that review, not Audit New Zealand, but the Deloitte's that audit for us.
Because Audit New Zealand are always looking for something different to do rather than the standard local government things. I mean, will I test the water and put an amendment up, Your Worship, or how do you want to approve that?
Probably, I think, well, we can see what others want to say around the room about it, but it could just be a matter, of course, that happens as a follow-up to the meeting rather than a...
I'm not sure leaving it to a matter of course is good governance, Your Worship. It's better to have it written down somewhere.
Yeah.
It can follow on from the discussion, or we can add an F if the council so decides, yeah. If you want to move it now, you can, or we can wait and see what others have to say on it.
Well, let's test the water. I'll move an amendment that there be a clause F, request Audit New Zealand at the next audit to make exercise of delegations an item of inquiry.
Yep, thank you. Is there a seconder, Elizabeth? Great. Can you just say that again slowly for the...
Request Audit New Zealand to make exercise of delegations an item of inquiry at the next audit.
Meeting.
Of Selwyn District Council, if you want to add that. Yeah. Request Audit New Zealand to make exercise of delegations an item of inquiry at the next audit.
Request Audit New Zealand to undertake an exercise. It wouldn't be to undertake
an item of inquiry. Okay. Yeah. Audit, just take the S off the end and we're beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Further conversation now is just on the F. If people would like to say anything more on the F before we move that amendment, and then we'll come back to discussing the whole motion. Grant, have you finished? Yes. Can you turn your microphone off? Lydia, yours is on that amendment?
No.
Okay, I'll come back to you once we get to the whole. Shane, is yours on that
Yes,
amendment?
it is on F.
Okay.
I thought we already had. I thought Audit New Zealand already did look at that part of our. I know they investigated personal sensitive expenditure. Is that not part of?
No, I don't believe it is. What I'm not sure about, and legal team may have to give some advice on Neil, whether council can direct Audit New Zealand to that effect. And I'm hoping that Neil would be able to respond. I am wondering whether it's actually the other alternative is what I said, is that for our external auditors as part of the internal audit. But Neil, can you give some advice?
I think the first part here is distinguishing between financial delegations and non-financial delegations. Financial delegations is within scope throughout the whole purchase order process, where they ensure that the approval of purchase orders are in line with our financial delegation authorities set out. So that's part of the annual audit scope from Audit New Zealand. This in particular is non-financial, so it goes back to controls. And Audit New Zealand already do system control checks. Those are from my historic experience, so I can't vouch for Audit New Zealand. Is more with regards to your digital controls in place so that they can place reliance on substantive testing of financial results. So we would just need to, we can have further discussions in terms of the amount of testing to be done on non-financial delegations, which is relevant to this paper.
Thanks, Neil. And I guess there's also a cost to the request if there's going to be extra work. So we need to think about how we negotiate what that looks like and what other areas of inquiry they might move to think about this to be included.
Correct. At the end of the day, we employ Audit New Zealand to provide an opinion on the annual report. Certain sections of the annual report, and that is to ensure that the information we disclose is free from material misstatements. So a review of the non-financial delegations won't necessarily influence the figures and information disclosed in the annual report, which is what they provide an opinion on. I agree that this is probably something that Audit and Risk Committee and the internal audit team can look into further, and potentially someone like Deloitte, which we do engage on other internal reviews, can be involved in.
Cool, thank you. Elizabeth.
Neil, can I have some clarification, please? So when Audit New Zealand look over the financial delegations, are they just looking that what we're approving fits within the criteria that Council's approved here in the delegations? Or are they looking to see that what we have approved matches good, a reasonable allocated amount in comparison to expectations in the public/private sector?
I believe it is in compliance with our policy as adopted by Council.
Okay, so because here we've got purchase orders approved for AP, LTP, set chief executive 3 million, for example. If best practice around the country was set at, say, 1 million and we're 3 million, they won't make any comment on that.
I don't believe that is within the scope.
Thank you. So on this particular piece, I feel like with Neil's clarification on the role of Audit New Zealand compared to the role of our internal auditors, for me, I think it's a thing that we want to look at and have some response back to, but maybe it's a matter for the internal audit work and the priority around that rather than this. So I get the heart behind wanting to see it happen and support that. I just wonder whether we've been too explicit in asking Audit New Zealand to do that work. That's where I feel on it. Lydia, you had something on this? No? I'll come back to Grant because you're at the end, Grant, after we have this. Yep. Did anyone else have anything to say on the amendment?
Not on the amendment.
Okay, Grant?
Your Worship, I think we're in danger of overthinking it. What I was intending to do was, but this will be part of the audit engagement letter. You'd be asking the auditors what you want to achieve and how you might achieve it. And so I think perhaps we're overthinking this, what the request was. So when the audit engagement letter, we would be asking, this is what we want to achieve.
Yep.
You know, we want to understand, we've done a delegations review, and say, would that be included in their audit? If no, down to audit and risk and internal audit. So you use the process to understand how you're going to check it, is what the intent was.
Okay.
If you feel that the intent of the motion doesn't fit that, but that's what my intent was.
I think what we got here starts the work, and so that can be captured. And maybe with that clarity, Grant, I think that's helpful for people to see that if it isn't captured here, it's not lost. But that staff can then think of, and work with the audit and risk committee around our own internal program. Sharon. Yep. Okay. So I'll put the amendment then to the room. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Cool. Now we're back on track with A through F. And Lydia, I think we're up to you.
Yeah, it was just, I had the similar thing written down, so the personal use, and I thought actually, you know, this needs to be a bit more protection around that because I see it as reimbursement for such use. So, you know, just for clarity, great to see that you'll change that. And look, I think it's really good to have all of this in one space now, and I think it's really going to set the new council up for success. So it's a big body of work that's been done. And you know, noting that, yes, the new council can come in and review the delegations, and so I appreciate that it's all in one space for that body of work to be undertaken as well. So yeah, there's no real questions on there now that it's been clarified.
Thank you. Righto. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you very much for the work on this. The next paper is the proposed amendments to risk pool trust deed. Moved, Malcolm. Seconded.
Go on, Neil, you don't get away with it yet.
You come to the front, Neil. Is there a seconder for this paper? Nicole, thank you. Neil, the floor's yours.
I support Malcolm's motion. Yeah, so just in summary, this is just a request from Risk Pool to amend their trust deed, just to clarify the intent of the original trust deed and to keep up with legislative wording. I will point out paragraph 3.3 under the basis of recommendation, where they do clarify that the proposed amendments do not alter Selwyn District Council's financial contributions, nor does it create new obligations. It's purely clarifying the terms as they intend to.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this? Grant.
I wasn't clear from the paper what our obligations are. Have we got some contingent liability sitting here that we might be exposed to in it?
So as mentioned in the paper, there are still a few court cases ongoing. I believe there's one due for September, and the most recent call for funding is in September. I haven't seen that invoice come across our desk. The total claim of that is around this $3.7 million for all councils, all 75 councils, and we'll get a portion of that. I don't have visibility of that is, but our estimation would be that it would be in the tens of thousands.
So it falls into the non-material case. It's not millions of dollars.
And it's not something that we can foresee or can determine ahead of time what that liability would look like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone further? All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. Thank you, Neil. That brings us to the end of the formal reports for today. We will adjourn the meeting and begin again at 3 o'clock. We have a poraporoaki and any closing speeches from people. Pumiria is joining us at 3 for a farewell from Tomutu as well. So back at 3 o'clock. of the final scheduled council meeting of the term. And Permitia has come in to join us, and this is part of others from Taumutu are here as well. This is part of thinking about partnership with mana whenua, as well as recognising the place that we are in, that we've been meeting in, has been a place that has been cared for mana whenua, by mana whenua for many generations, well before we were here as individuals, and will continue long after those of us who are leaving this election or the next election or the one after. As ever that happens, people come and go from this role in this council. Mana whenua remain. So I'm going to just open by asking Permitia to just say a few words about what we're going to do here, and then we're going to just work our way around the room. Shane will be first to be able to say something, and if you've got some prepared words, that's fine. If you've got no prepared words and you don't want to say anything, I'll let Permitia pressure you into having to contribute. Permitia, I'll hand over to you.
Tēnā tātou. Nei te tuku mihi ki a koutou. It's an interesting place to be in. I was usually sitting back there, and this seat terrifies the hell out of me. However, with my big girl brave undies on, I sit here on behalf of Ngai Te Rua Hiki Hiki and Ngai Tuahuriri to open our proceedings today. We are going into a semi-formal poroporoaki. A poroporoaki is a farewell ceremony. When we're doing this on the marae, it takes forever, so I'll not encourage us to take forever. However, and if we're on the marae, I'd be saying and speak and sing and speak and sing. So we won't do that unless you're like me and you use waiata as your nervous thing. If you so choose to sing a song, kei a koutou tērā. But the process is basically, a poroporoaki is the opportunity for us to say the words we need to say to each other of farewell and thanks to each other. You have a different word for it. I have a word and it's called poroporoaki. So what will happen today is, if, as Sam has said, if you have words in your heart to speak your words. If you've got a poem to tell us, a joke to tell us, now is the time to have those words, say those words to each other while we are in the room before final words. So I, on behalf of mana whenua, will close our proceedings with our words of thanks to you all, and a brief karakia to close down our day. So I'll pull that back to me at the end. So is that all as clear as mud?
That's great. Thank you.
Bye.
Shane.
Kei a koe.
Actually, I'm quite nervous too now. I hadn't really... I tu whera atu nei, ko awa o taumarere, taumarere here ngā wakahae. E te whera, e te whare atu nei tēnā koe. Kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Ki Ngai Te Rua Hiki, ki Taumotu, e Megan, e Puamiria, ki whānau. Tēnā koe te rangatira o ngā takiwā o Ngaitahu. Tēnā koe e Koramatua Sam, e Kaiwhakahaere Sharon. Kai kauni hera rohe o wai kirikiri, ki te tangata o e kirikiri, e mana whenua, Megan. Titiro koe ki te tiriti o Waitangi. Titiro koe ki te ara ātea. Titiro koe te ara ātea ki pā o Ngāti Muki ki Taumotu. Ki ngā whānau o te Taumotu, ki te manaakitanga o te tangata ki Waikirikiri. Ko ngā hau ki ētahi wahi, ko ngā kai ki ōrāriki. No matter which way the wind blows, you will always procure food at ōrāriki te Taumotu. Such has been the journey, or such has been my journey. If ever I needed knowledge or wisdom, mana whenua and the people of Ellesmere provided. He kaia te rangatira, he kōrero. The food of chiefs is dialogue. The signing of a MOU with Council has strengthened all of us, I believe. To move forward, we must carry our past with us, but not live in it. It has been my privilege to learn from this council and those around the table, and from Ngai Te Rua Hiki Hiki ki Taumotu Runaka over these 6 years. Their words of welcome echoes still. Welcome to Waikirikiri, Selwyn, where your mountain Nukumanaya calls you, where your lake Te Waihora beckons. Come home to Taumatu, be amongst your people of Ngai Te Rui Hiki Hiki. Now, this is mana whenua, but those words of mana whenua, I think, ring true for all of Selwyn, for all of you who enjoy the freedoms and gifts of this place. Kia ora tātou, ko Shane Piha tōku ingoa, e ngā uri ahu o ngā puhi nui tōnu, Waikato Tainui, Ngāti Mutunga o Whare Kauri. I guess first of all I'd like to thank my wife, Anna, for putting up with me and all of this for the last 6 years, and my whānau, my babies, Amiria, Ahana, Alyssa, Jade and Lily. For me, I grew up in an old house with no running water, a long drop toilet, newspaper for wallpaper, and a 6-kilometre walk to catch the bus to school, if we caught the bus. This wasn't the 50s, this was actually 1990s in Northland. Selwyn is the second least deprived district in Aotearoa. Whatever you think you don't have, someone else has less. Today marks the end of a chapter that has meant a great deal to me. 6 years of service on this council, alongside some of the most dedicated and passionate people I know. I reflect on those who have served previously and acknowledge their leadership. I also acknowledge the many volunteers who continue to support the people of Waikirikiri Selwyn. When I joined, I came with purpose and ideas. What I didn't expect was how much I would learn about governance, about respectful debate, and about the power of community when people stand together. We faced challenges, celebrated milestones, and made tough decisions. Some easy, many not, but all made with the best interests of our people at heart. To my fellow councillors, thank you for your collaboration, your candour, and commitment. Even in disagreement, we never lost sight of why we were here. To our staff, CEO, thank you for your professionalism and tireless mahi behind the scenes, the unseen backbone of this organisation. And to the community, thank you for your trust. You've held us accountable, inspired us, and reminded us of the true meaning of public service. To those who will serve next, I say this: lead with love, care, and compassion. You will hold the responsibility not just for 450 staff, but for their families and their futures. Be mindful of what you say. Our children hear you too, and they are our future. And never forget the communities without a voice. Te Punawai o Te Hinapō, Youth Justice, our people in Ralston Prison, and places like Nova Trust, and many more. E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā iwi, tēnā koutou katoa. As I leave this council, I'm reminded the only person we are destined to be, the only person we are destined to become is the person we decide to be. It is easy to grow bitter when others do not change as we wish. Yet as Carl Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Māori wisdom echoes this: e kore te pātiki, e hoki ki tōna puehu. The flounder does not return to his dust. We can never live in bitterness or dwell in the past. Our task is to move forward with courage and purpose. Whaia te iti kahurangi ki te tauhu koe me he maunga teitei. Pursue what is precious, and if you must yield, let it be to something great. Sorry to carry this on. To those who are standing for elections, I acknowledge you. And as Theodore Roosevelt reminded us in his famous arena speech, the credit belongs to those. The credit belongs to the one who is actually in the arena, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, but who does so daring greatly. Welcome to the arena. That is the essence of service, not perfection, but the courage to step into the arena for the good of others. He waka eke noa, we're all in this canoe together, or in the canoe. Each of us holds a paddle, but it is only by pulling in unison that we move forward. Work together. As I look back, I choose not bitterness but gratitude. I choose not to dwell on what cannot be changed, but on what can be achieved together. And as I look ahead, I hold fast to the words, Tu whitia te hopo, mai rangi tia te angitu. Banish fear, elevate success. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the honour of serving. Kia ora tātou. Wai ata. Okay.
On most marae, the backbone of the marae are the males. At Taumatu, we have a history of our women being our wahine toa, so I'm very glad that two of our senior tawa have turned up to support us today in this kaupapa. So you'll all get to call them Auntie Mark and Auntie Daff are here from the hapu to support the proceedings today. So tēnā tātou.
Tēnā kōrua. Oh, sorry.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank Pam. She's the one that's been at home with all the phone calls and the people knocking on doors for the last 17 years, and that hasn't been easy for her. And I think of other people's families. Some of it gets reasonably out of control, so I really respect Pam for what she's done for me in the last 17 years. I'd also like to thank my community for having the wisdom to vote me in. But no, it's been a great journey. And one thing I really appreciate, that we can sit around this table and we can disagree about all sorts of things, but we move through those doors and we're all the best of friends. And that, to me, has been absolutely huge, because I don't believe it would happen in a lot of organisations like this. I'd like to thank the staff who have been great to me over the years. Obviously changing quite regularly, but it's been great to work with you, and I have never had anyone refuse me. And a funny story is that one day I was pretty grumpy from sitting here, and I went in and saw one of the staff, and he disagreed with what I said, and I said something that I was a bit grumpy. And then I worried about it all night, so I was here before him in the morning to apologise, and that's the only time in that time. But I think if I go right back to start, it was a real learning curve for me. They handed me a computer. I didn't know how to turn it on. That was the first bit. And once I got past that, one of the staff members rang me up and said, "Oh, can you come out? We've got an easement to look at. And, you know, we're having trouble with the person that's in your area." So we go out there, and here's this farmer standing across the gate with a shotgun. So we changed our mind. We didn't really want to go in there anyway. And then about 2 weeks after I'd been on council, I was asked to make a vote on whether we give loan CPW some money. And it was a big vote, and the community didn't expect the way I voted. So I had a red car, and when I got up in the morning, it was black. Someone had spray painted the whole car because they weren't that impressed with what I'd done. So there's been a few of those really hard things, and I think it's good for new councillors to hear these sorts of things, because it's not plain sailing. It really isn't. There's the ups and the downs, and as I say, sometimes family power, we bit for that. But on the upside of it, I'm really pleased that we've got the wastewater in Darfield. I think that's probably the big thing, and I think with the Hororata Hall and the pool at Sheffield, I think they're a way forward, possibly for council with other buildings and such like. I think it's important that the community have a say in these things, and I think one of the hardest times that I had was when we decided that we were going to disband the community, or not have the community committees involved with council as they were. And I spent basically a year going around committee to committee to try and say that this is what we should be doing. And now they're coming up to me and saying, yeah, it's working. But at the time it was quite hard. I really think that my time here is a huge learning curve for me. And as I say, I've learnt from all of you, and it's been taken in. I'm a great listener, sometimes not a great talker, but I do actually listen and take things in, so I'd like to thank you all for being here. Thank you.
At least I've had the privilege of having a valedictory speech actually put in the Selwyn Times by Daniel Avery, so mine's just a little bit more entertaining. After being elected to council for the past 30 years and having both an interest and understanding in environmental law, it would be naive of me not to label this speech without prejudice. As a researcher, I took to Google to ask how to write a valedictory speech. AI jumped the queue, but unsure of its content, I scrolled down and found some helpful tips from others. A speech should be 5 to 10 minutes, so I'll take 5 plus 5 to never let a chance go by. Interesting, memorable, inspirational with humour. And everyone likes a good pitchy record. Yeah, right, because I can't sing. So let me entertain you. Let's do the time warp with me. Step 1, show gratitude. I'd like to thank my parents, family, friends, teachers, classmates, work colleagues, past and present, and my constituents for leading me down this long and winding road. Step 2, reflection. Acknowledge the team, the highs, the lows, and the lessons learned. While just another brick in the wall, I have contributed to picking up the pieces and building a Lego house, but hold tight, we're in for nasty weather, burning down the house. And don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? Paving a green, oops, the needles got stuck in a groove, paradise, and put up a parking lot. Step 3, be inspirational for those who will follow in your footsteps. No message could be clearer. If you want to heal the world and make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race, take a look in the mirror and make a change. Let's work together through the good and the bad, the happy and the sad, to find solutions so we can live as one. Love, love, love. Just a scratch in the record. Love is what you need to understand from those with no home and no nickel to loan. And yes, show a little kindness to overlook the blindness of the narrow-minded people on the narrow-minded streets. Step 4, give a personal reflection to share a message in a bottle. It's my life and I won't live forever. So I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. For my friends, I hate to go. When I'm driving in my car and a man comes on the radio and tells me how great we are. Managing money, so they say, the root of all evil today. Share it fairly, but don't take a slice of my pie. Negotiating war, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And selling a ride on a peace train. And as I wind on down the road, in a tree by the brook sits a songbird who sings, for a piper to lead us to reason. So, it makes me wonder, as Polly, another scratch in the record, politicians, have we made the right decisions? Oh man, I wonder if we have ever known we've been in the best-selling show to ask, is there life on Mars with nitrate-free water? Step 5, finally reality. Oops, the clock's run out, time's up, over. A snap back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Yesterday my troubles seemed so far away, till I read the news, oh boy. The Capitol Records Tower is not being demolished. So I woke up this morning and got myself property rights for my song sung blue, 'cause everybody knows one funny thing, you can sing it with a cry in your voice, and before you know it started feeling good, you've simply got no choice to take a sad song and make it better, 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 just lifting the needle from the damaged record. Finally, in acknowledgement of this message, I would like to thank all the songwriters who have contributed to this speech to help save our planet. Can someone buy me a drink?
We, Deborah and I did discuss doing Islands in the Stream at Denny, but as you can see, we're both not singers. First of all, I want to thank the ratepayers of Springs Ward for the privilege of representing them for the last 12 years. It's been incredibly, I've really been thankful for their support, and I've been lucky to be supported by two high-quality councillors the whole term that I've been there, Malcolm and Deborah. So you're fortunate when you have good mates around you, and particularly Deborah, with 30 years of service, it's unrivalled, I think, in local government, and the depth of knowledge that the council will lose with both Malcolm and Deborah leaving will be significant, and I think felt throughout the council. So congratulations on your term, Deborah. I sort of was thinking about a number of things, and I walked back and had a look at the photos on the wall just down the corridor of previous councils. And I think when you look at all the faces there, one thing in common stands out is that each and every one of them has stood for public service and tried to make Selwyn a better place. We haven't always achieved it, and we've had a lot of difference of opinions. And my one biggest regret is that you didn't agree with me more often. But that's what democracy is all about. It is about diversity of views, and having that diversity is really important. And there have been clearly decisions that have gone different ways, which I think is really important for the council. That you do have people with different viewpoints and different life skills that are here within the council. I think the missing part of those photos in the alleyway is that there's a half of the organisation's missing. There's no photographs of the staff, and I think that's a really glaring error on our half, that we don't recognise that the organisation is driven by a whole lot of people that turn up every day wanting to make Selwyn a better place. And I think that largely goes unacknowledged by our community and should really be acknowledged a lot more. There's a tendency to want to rip down staff and the organisation, when in fact, I've never seen people more passionate about making Selwyn a better place. And so that offends me a bit, but I think it's something we should work on. Some highs, I'll never forget riding down the lift with Pat McKevity when we'd just been told by CDHB that they'd approved the health hub. That was just an outstanding lift ride. Two white men doing high fives in a lift and a hug. No. But I also just want to recall when I first, like Deborah, when I first joined, I did a bit of due diligence, which I admit was fairly light on what it might contain, and I ran into Douglas Marshall, who at that time was quite a pivotal figure in the council, and I asked him what was the workload as I was fully employed dairy farming with a young family. And he said, oh, look, one day a fortnight, you might have a couple of meetings in the evenings. And clearly anyone who's been on council knows that's just an absolute outright lie. And I ran into him recently and said, you told me it was one day a fortnight and a few night meetings. And he said, yeah, if you've got any ability. Which I thought was quite a leveller. But also, some mean things I haven't been proud of, and some things I've said probably have hurt people that I never intended to, but it was all driven out of desire to see high quality governance here. I was caught out quite significantly, and I'm able to say it now that I'm finished here. I was always a positive action type of person, and we spent a long time, and I don't know if Andrew's here. Andrew, we've spent a long time with the rail trail trying to get it open, and we had a particular developer who would chain the aspects of the route. And I thought in my wisdom that I'd take some positive action and go on Boxing Day when no one's around with the bolt cutters and open that gate up, which I thought was pretty, at the time, was a good idea. Unfortunately, I did the bolt cutters in full action and turned around to see the developer standing right behind me. That wasn't a pleasant moment, but I take solace in the fact that I was only doing it out of best interest of the wider community. But thank you all for your friendship and particularly in my moments of grief. Thank you.
Just acknowledging you, Pamiria and Auntie Margan and Auntie Dave for coming. Thank you, and for holding this. As others have said, thankful for the support of my family, friends and fellow councillors being in this role, and also grateful and humbled by the people who voted for me so that I even got the honour to sit at this table. And looking back, I would never have imagined that I would be here and have that privilege enough to be here. The start of my journey to get here, unbeknown to me at the time, was in 2014 when myself and a friend Samantha, along with other parents, tried to get a pedestrian crossing across Rolleston Drive from Dryden Avenue to Norman Kirk so our children and others could cross safely and independently to get to Rolleston School. Seemed a simple problem to solve. It's a little bit more involved. So it was 2015 and we got the crossing and manned by parents, and in 2021 it became traffic lights, which are out there now. Over that time I was studying part-time at Lincoln University, and one of our lecturers encouraged us to make submissions to council consultations. So I took more of an interest in council. Became a member of the Rolleston Residents Association, was the chair when I first ran for council, being elected in 2016 elections. I was involved with the Foster Park Committee from when I was chair, the RRA, through to when I was on council. The final committee was me, Jens Christensen and Annette Foster were also members, with John Reid, who was the council staff member. Unfortunately, both Jens and John have since passed away. John had a vision for the park, and now with the addition of the youth park, which is recently finished and having its official opening on this Saturday, 20th of September, the park is now pretty much developed. So it is timely that I'm leaving now. Another vision of John Reid's was the Selwyn Sports Centre. Sam and I were both council representatives involved with that build. It was an innovative idea that John had of brief for 4 courts and 4 covered courts with a number of other requirements which went out for the market. Consultants could submit their concepts, so John and staff chose 4 designs and a budget for each team to mock up their design proposals, and council could take ideas from their proposals they wish, but ended up with one proposal being a standout design which was developed to be what we see today. Te Atia was another building I was proud to have a hand in. The project team included the Selwyn Central Ward councillors, which included Rolleston at the time, and John Morton. To this very day, each time I go into that building, I still can't believe I was involved with this and the amount of use that it's getting. And with my background, I was particularly pleased that we agreed to putting in wastewater reticulation for the largest town in New Zealand on septic tanks at the time, Darfield, and this where Bob had brought up as well. This was able to be introduced by piping wastewater to Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant, and now it has been expanded to also picking up Leaston and Upper Selwyn Huts as well. I was also privileged to be on the council representative on both Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan and the public transport hearings and deliberations. And for me, a milestone at council was recognition of climate change with a policy approved in 2020. It was supposed to be reviewed in 2022, but unfortunately wasn't. But now means we're looking at a broader sustainability policy under the updated council policies framework. The tree policy work, which I understand is encompassing tree canopy work, which I requested at the inaugural meeting of the Planning and Climate Change Committee, is nearing completion. It's unfortunate timing that it won't have the final version. Sort of a bit of lowlights was we used to have a road safety committee that I chaired, and Bob was the deputy in the 2016 to 2019 term and was disbanded. But the two of us thought that there was still a potential need to have carried that on. And there's still more work to do in accessibility issues such as low profile curbing that I've been advocating against since before I was on council and has still been installed today. So once again, thank you for the support of my family, friends and fellow councillors. Thanks to the staff for their support. and I'm grateful and humbled to those who voted for me, so that I have the honour to have sat here. I've recently completed my Masters, so now is the time for me to see what options are out there outside of council. Ngā mihi nui.
I just want to say thank you to all of the councillors that are finishing up their terms today. It's been a wonderful 3 years to work in this room. There is a lot more work, as Grant was saying, than what David Ward, the previous CEO, promised. And so well done to all of you for the huge agendas, the extensive emails that we get, and getting out to the communities and coming in week after week and spending very long days sitting down in a chair and working through all the things for the benefit of our community. I wish you all well with your future endeavours, and for some of you that are going to be retiring, I hope that you will continue to email us and send us some amazing holiday pictures.
I have not prepared anything. I wasn't expecting those of us who were trying to come back to speak. So I'll just keep it short. Yes, I'm hoping that I'll be back again, but if not, thank you very much, everybody, for being so amazing. This has been the most learning intensive 6 years of my life, and that's not just because I went back to uni. Like, there's so much going on, and yeah, this is huge. And thank you to all the staff who are very patient with all our questions, and occasionally sort of go, no, you got this one wrong. This is why, and that's fine. We learn, and then we discuss. We slowly want to understand everyone. Yeah, that's the job. It's lots of communication and whatnot. Shane, thank you for being awesome. Gonna miss your smile, your positivity. Bob, I'm gonna miss your straight talking and your quiet common sense. And yep, we will come around to the Bob way in the end. Deborah, the depth of your knowledge and your long experience. Grant, for giving me moments where I'm like, I didn't expect to agree with you, but I do. Nicole, we do some pretty good debriefs while walking the dog around the park, so that's it's pretty cool. Sam, for trying to pull this, being a great herder of cats now and then here, and Sharon for just Elizabeth, always a cheery sort of, what's going on here? Yep, no, that's always good. Megan, thank you very much for actually elevating the conversation sometimes, which is really good, different perspective that we didn't have just from elected members. So really appreciated having you here the last couple of years. Lydia, another straight talker. And Malcolm, he's also another long history of experience sitting at council. Thank you for bringing it all to us. And that's me done. Thank you, everybody, for being awesome.
Is on behalf of my people, so I'm going to move over there and invite you to join me. It's rare that I ever feel nervous, but I am. So I don't have a lot to share, but I thought it was really important to acknowledge and say it's been an honour to be the first Taumutu representative to Selwyn District Council. This was a really bold step. It was a bold step for Taumutu to put someone forward. It was a bold step for Council to accept somebody in this space. So to each of you, to all of my councillor colleagues, and to Sharon as the CEO, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for providing a safe and considerate environment to share mana whenua perspective, and also for sharing openly so that I could also understand yours. We've worked through some real challenges and we've also enjoyed much success. But that success comes in a multi-layered approach to the relationship that we hold. That's come from the ELT team and the wider staff team, all engaging so well with Taumutu whānau members who lead different kaupapa in this space. So thank you for that. Our relationship is layered and it demonstrates what good partnership can be. Our relationship is strong and it is something worth protecting. My hope is that the next council will continue this journey and see the real value in keeping this role and this relationship alive. So this seat does not belong to one person, but it belongs to the future of Taumutu and the future of Selwyn District. So I ask that you keep it alive, you keep the relationship strong, and this district will be better for it.
Te wai tuku kiri, te wai tipua, te kare mai oha, e re nei. Ko e te wai oraka, mo tō iwi, re po ana e.
Stay here.
A couple of tough acts to follow there, team. I was thinking back the other day and I thought, wow, 3 years go so fast. And I thought, I can't even comprehend how fast 30 years has gone for you, Deborah, and some of our other pillars around this table. It starts with a thank you, really. And it's a thank you for you guys around the table here for your support, your guidance and your patience. You know, we don't always agree, but we're adults, and as Bob said, we walk out the door and we leave it in the room. And I think that's really important. I think that I probably couldn't have asked for a better fellow ward mate in Bob. I think we can be pretty proud of what we've achieved. And, you know, we're sort of taken on the whole basis of no problems, only solutions. And always, you know, there's a bit of a running joke that you Melbourne people are scheming about something. And yes, we always are. But, you know, those outcomes aren't just delivered as individuals. It's us as a team, but not just us as elected members, it's staff as well, and our community. So you put the three together and we get a really strong outcome, and I think that's really important to acknowledge that. I also thought about personal growth that I've had over the past 3 years, and it's huge, and you've all played a big role in that, and I thank you for that. I wish I went first because I feel like you've all made me a little bit emotional. But I don't really see this as farewell. I think it's more of a see you later. So for those retiring, go well in your future endeavours. I hope you very quickly find your new normal, and you know, we don't want to see you back here making submissions to council. No zooming in. And for those freestanding and for those in our community standing for council, I think it's really important to acknowledge to treat each other with a bit of kindness. You know, we may end up being colleagues or not, and we're all members in our community trying to do the right thing. So yeah, it's not a farewell, but see you later. So thank you.
Yeah, something, isn't it? Can you just go down back to the first one a bit, please, Pippa? Well, I'm going to start off with horse shit. 500 tonne of it, mixed with chicken shit and straw, composted in the open on Springs Road on a concrete pad. That's what got me involved in local government, and you'll see there it says, a breath of fresh air in Selwyn. Well, we needed it. The place stunk. You would not have the growth in Trebleton that we have now because it was fetid, especially after 3 days of rain. So, yeah, 33 years ago at the age of 35, that's me. Got elected here in 1992. The first council was very interesting. We were meeting at that stage out at Darfield. Most of the councillors were, let's say, people just a bit older than me, as I am now. We had lunch at, we started at 10 and there was a nice big cooked lunch at 12. And by 2 o'clock, at least a third of them were asleep in their seat. Now, some could say that nothing has changed apart from the lunchtime. So it was very interesting being in a council that was dominated at that time, not so much by the Melvin, as you mentioned, plotting in the background, but what we termed the Ellesmere Mafia. And they had a very good grip on what was going and where the money was going where at that time. So I have had the pleasure of being around the table with 34 councillors. 9 of them have passed away. Sometimes you mightn't have noticed people have died. 4 mayors, 5 CEOs, multiple prime ministers, multiple cabinet ministers that I've annoyed insistently, because on the bottom there it does say positive persistence and follow through. And I always made it a mantra that when I had a cabinet minister in my sight, I was locked and loaded. I had my facts and information and my lobby sorted out, because you usually only get them for 5 minutes, if you're lucky, and you've got to climb into them straight away and push what you can for the people of Selwyn. So I have seen, multiple prime ministers, people that I've met and had conversations with over the years. Our council was very small. Where our headquarters were split, our council was split. We had ELT, I think, in Leaston, and we had assets in Darfield. Our staff were travelling from one end of the place to the other. It was very disjointed. It was a council that had just come out of amalgamation in 1989. There was a lot of parochialism going on. So there was a lot of change to be had. I soon found in my community that the septic tanks were failing and we needed to do something about that. I managed to, with one of the older councillors who's no longer with us, who was well connected in Christchurch City, one evening over a couple of bottles of gin, I managed to get a sewage connection to Trebleton from the city. And then I managed to negotiate Meadow Mushrooms to pay for the pipe. The bastards welched at the last minute and we had to get a loan. But we got connections, we got some sewerage on, and that highlighted to me, once you get sewerage on, you have to really deal with planning and where you're going to put people. I was involved in a district plan at the same time, and as a result of that, I firmly believe in putting in constraints to growth. I was unceremoniously deselected at the next election, which was wonderful because my lovely Nicola, who's sitting over here, was pregnant, and it meant that the next 8 or 9 years we raised a couple of lovely kids. So that kept us busy. But in that 8 or 9 years, this council was no strategic planning. There was no planning going on at all about where we were going to put people in the future. The planning was being done by independent property plan changes by developers. And I remember getting a lot of people, some of the developers upset when I called Rolleston the developer-driven fruitcake, because it was nebulous, it was in 4 different directions and none of it connected to each other. This council spent a lot of money in the coming years correcting those issues and getting walkways and things put in. I also remember there was this idea we were going to put a sewage plant in Rolleston. It was going to be a sewage plant for Rolleston and it was going to be fantastic. And we had a member of the public who had done a bit of research come along and said, that soil will never take that nutrient loading. You weren't right, Deborah. That was you. She then got elected and she's been on the council ever since. So sewage was a big thing, hence horseshit. Biodiversity. I brought up the word biodiversity around the council table and what the hell's that? I had great pride in helping get the funding to establish Lincoln and Warratown, and also the funding for around the lake. But getting back onto the council was a time of change. It was a time of growth we could see coming, and we needed to plan that growth. At that time, we were fortunate that the 4 councils here all promulgated the Greater Christchurch Development Strategy. And my friend Andrew over there, we've just got our bridge. We were involved in future planning for Canterbury for the next 30 years, and part of that was a flyover here at Rolleston. And we've finally got it. It hasn't taken long, really, has it? Andrew's been a great operator in a lot of the things we've done. The roundabouts around the motorway that are around Prebleton as you head out, saving lots of lives daily by the road safety improvements we put in. We just need the money for the last one. That's the problem, Andrew. Good on you, good on you. The Greater Christchurch Partnership, I had the pleasure of sitting on that for 16 years, fighting the good fight. Christchurch City did not want us to grow. The little agreement I got for sewerage, they kept it, so we couldn't grow. We could only have, I think it was 1,200 pans in Prebleton. So then with this council, we pushed and we created the Eastern Selwyn Sewerage, and we made bold decisions. We borrowed $90 million in 2008, and I can well remember councillors just coming on to round this table and going, what do you mean we're borrowing that much money? We needed 189 houses a year to pay the interest to keep ahead of the debt curve. Well, Te Papanuku gave us an earthquake, and the rest is history. Our Greater Christchurch plan was used as a recovery plan by the government, and it accelerated the growth of where we sit here at Rolleston. So, leading with infrastructure has been the key to what we've done, and making bold decisions. Making bold decisions that you've carefully analysed before you make them. What we need to do. We need to make sure we always look forward to the long horizon. And I see Darfield as that. We've now got a pipeline to Darfield. That township will now grow. We will see a large amount of growth there in the next 20 years. And eventually perhaps Dunsandel. These are the decisions for new councils to make. But we always have to look to the long horizon, to look to our children and grandchildren, because that's what it's about. It's not about looking back and having recriminations or whatever about what we didn't do. So I think the strategic planning that we did through the Greater Christchurch Partnership gave us the discipline as a council to plan the structure plans for Prebleton, Rolleston and Lincoln. Those plans have set the scene for the growth we've got now, and now our area plans are carrying on for that. But that has given us the discipline to plan and know where we're putting people. Failing to plan is planning to fail. So I'm very pleased that we have done that and the way that we've moved forward. In my time, I've been elected twice unopposed. Who'd have thought? I mean to say. As with Grant and Deborah, we've worked together on many issues, and it is very pleasing to see Lincoln Township master plan going forward now. I would love to see a hall in Prebleton at some time, but it is. I've been gazumped since 2006 on that, I think. There's much talk about transparency around local government. In my time in local government, this is the most transparent time that we've ever had. There's a camera up there looking at me right now and beaming it out there. It's sitting in a hard drive somewhere on YouTube or wherever it is. Our decisions are now all, apart from public excluded, which for good financial reasons, open to the public. Our information sessions we got are also open to the public. So I get a little bit annoyed when I see people talking about a lack of transparency in local government. I can well remember briefings that, I hope the media's not here. But that doesn't happen anymore. They're open, everything is open for people to see. Grant or somebody made a comment before about consultation, and sometimes you have to make a bold decision. You hear what people say, you look at the facts, and sometimes you just have to make a decision because you know that it is better for the future. I look at the current environment, what we've done now with our water, and to my mind that is another pivotal decision, just like borrowing that $90 million for sewerage was back in 2008. We're set up for the future. We know we are in a good position. We are seeing extreme growth, and we will continue to see extreme growth. But unless we make those long-term decisions, we will lag behind. And I look at the current political talk of rate caps. When I got back onto the council in 2005, the previous council had 0 rates for 3 or 4 years. That meant that for the next 8, we had 7% rate rises to catch up. So, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You still have to, yes, you've got to look at your capital program and what you're going to spend and what you're going to spend it on. The so-called nice to haves, but I say, is a library a nice to have? Is a community centre a nice to have? Because Wellington at the moment seems to think that way, which is unfortunate. But there is a solution to that next year. It's called vote them out. So looking to the future for Selwyn, the one thing I'm disappointed that we haven't done is kicked off social housing and affordable housing owned by this council and controlled by perhaps Otahi or somebody who could run it for us. I think it's a great opportunity for us. We have very little in the way of social housing in the Selwyn district, and there is a need. There's always a need underlying there. There's always people who are in need. So I'd like to think and hope that in the future the council may carry on with that. I do think that amalgamation will rear its ugly head within the next 10 years, and we may well be the community board of the Greater Canterbury Council. Something is going to have to happen. We know the rating system we've got is broken. We cannot carry on the way it is, and unfortunately successive governments, no matter what colour, have got their head in the sand as to making changes to that. And Sam's done his very best in pushing for getting the GST back, and I'd like to see that carry on. Thank yous. Well, the staff are always our biggest asset, and I've always said that. Mind you, I'm an old trade unionist from many years ago as well. So we have fantastic staff. They are the department of first impressions when people come to us, and that is extremely important. I value our staff, and I value the relationships I've had with our staff, and I thank them very much for all the work and help and all those agitated ratepayers that I've forwarded on to you to deal with. Thanks very much. But the main person I think is Nicola. Couldn't have done it without you. So, In closing, go well. New council, thank you, thank you, thank you. Matiwa.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of staff while Malcolm's scrolling through. To Pamiria, to the aunties, to Megan, thank you. Thank you for being here today. On behalf of staff, current, past, present, thank you for your governance. Thank you for your strategic leadership. Thank you for setting the direction of travel for Selwyn and asking for us to deliver that on your behalf. And I hope that we have done that well. We give our love and best wishes to those of you who are retiring and moving on, and thank you wholeheartedly for your service. For those that are standing again, we wish you the best wishes and good luck. Megan, thank you. You have raised the bar. You have brought a very different flavour around the table, and you've asked good and positive questions of us that has stopped and made us think. And we very much appreciate that, and we have absolutely enjoyed our interaction with you. Myself and ELT, we're going to sing. Very simple waiata to you. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to stand, and we are going to sing Te Araha. And then I'm going to hand over to the mayor for the last. And then you think you can't sing, wait till you hear us lot. Because this is totally unpracticed.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou, mana whenua, and just acknowledge Auntie Marg and Daff for coming in today. It's brilliant to have you here. It feels like it's been a while since I've seen you, so thank you for coming to be part of this farewell and Poroporo Aki. Pamiria, congratulations on your new role. Like you say, you're sitting in a different chair here now than where you used to, but love your leadership and the way that you have supported us as a council and me as an individual to learn and grow through the relationship we have with you. So thank you for that. I feel like all the decisions we make are always based on a context, and the context is sometimes about an individual, or it might be about our family, or it could be about our neighbours, or it might be about our township, or it could be about a region, and sometimes it's about the South Island. Sometimes we might be thinking about what's good for New Zealand, and we take an interest in Aotearoa. But if we look around the world, I think there's a lot going on where people are divided and have forgotten that we're all human. As has been said, we should be showing kindness to one another because most people are out to do the best they can for their family and for their community in their own ways. And there's lots of people that today are really hungry, that don't have secure accommodation tonight and are worried for their family for tomorrow. And we're so fortunate to be in a place where we have some order and values that means we come to decision making where, as has been said, we might not always agree on things, and that difference can be good, but we find ways to move forward together as a community. And sometimes it's about people, and sometimes it's about the place where we inhabit. So I too would like to thank my family, particularly Liz and Elliot, my immediate family, but my extended family has always been there and has been a support. And I want to acknowledge the councillors who have been here, and I had a look back, some of you have as well, thought about the photos that are in the hallway. So Malcolm was the first one of us here. He took a hiatus for a while and then came back. But he arrived here with names like Woods, Boone, Deans, Baker, Foster, Piercy, Watson, Moffat, Free, Stewart, Scott, and Frew. And some of those people are still in our community, and some have passed on. And Deborah came along and served with people like Wild and McKevity and Buxton, Doyle, Coe, Feakin, Challies, Cameron. Frew was still here, Stewart was still here, Piercy was still here, Foster was still here, and Woods was still here. And again, some of those people have passed on, and others are still around here with us. And I think too often our context can get very caught up in who's with us right now. I think it's important to look back and reflect on who's been a part of the building blocks to get us to where we are, as well as thinking about what the future holds and how we treat the community around us who will replace us at some point, and our children who will be here after we pass away as well. And as we do that, I always keep in mind this idea, and it's just as an impression of if you stretch your arms out from side to side, and one side of your fingertips is the beginning of Earth's history, then and right at the other end is where we're living today. This is the timeline of from the beginning of time till now. And if you get a nail file and just trim, just give a little graze to the end of one of your little ripped fingers, you've just wiped out all of human history. Every person who was really helpful and was very kind and who did great things and who led awesome revolutions, everyone who fed someone else and stopped to care for the sick. And you've also wiped out every prisoner, every anarchist, every person who was nasty, people who couldn't get along with anyone else. And in that context, again, we are only here but for a moment. And so making the best of the moment that we're in today, that we're alive for here right now, is an important thing and driver for me to remember. Let's be grateful for the past and be thinking about the future, but all we have is this moment that we're in. And so I thank everyone for what they've shared in the last hour, because I think it's been lovely hearing your reflections on who we are and who we've been as a group, and thinking about what we have set up for the next council. Because Selwyn has been such a successful place, and that success is built by the community, but council plays a really key part in that and the decisions that we make too. Malcolm, you've been an excellent Deputy Mayor, and so thank you for the 9 years that you have led, that you've stepped in, that you've supported, that you've turned up. It's been brilliant. Sharon, as Chief Executive, you have brought an energy and a constructive way of thinking about future for us, and that has been hugely valued. And everyone has mentioned the staff already, but this organisation hums because of the people that you've employed, who have employed great people with them as well. And so thank you for what you're doing in the direction that we're enabling you to deliver for our community. There's a gift that we have here for you, and this one says to Shane, so I'll just show you what's in here. Shane, I might need this. So you could open it and then... No, I'll open it. No, okay, you open it. Inside each of these there's a note of for you. Oh, thank you. And also a little plaque that just marks your starting date through to today for those that are leaving. Okay. Well, just see if I can see what they get in my next try. Deborah?
Thank you.
Megan, yours is a little bit different. Thank you. Just wait. And just lastly, to note that over the last 200 years, New Zealand's been through a lot of ups and downs. And one of the key bits of change that's gone on in that time since the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi has been the ability of some to lean into what partnership can look like to deliver awesome outcomes for their community. And through that time as well, there's been others who have tried to walk away from partnership. And I'm really proud of what we have done as a council and working with, particularly with Taumotu, but with Ngāi Tuaherere as well, as mana whenua partners for us as a district. And I know the government has apologised for their part in that history, but part of that apology was actually a vision for the future, and that was acknowledging mana whenua's rangatiratanga across its takiwā, and that includes Taumotu and Ngāi Tuaherere's rangatiratanga across their own space, which is here in Selwyn, and that's the heartbeat and of why we are continuing to work together as a part of that acknowledgement. And the final sentence in that apology talks about a new age of cooperation with Ngāi Tahu, which locally means how do businesses, how do families, how do councils work that out in their local context. And Megan, it's been amazing having you sitting around in a new seat for us. And I really hope that the new council continues that for a long time. It's not just about next term, it's about thinking of what does growth and change and evolution of partnership look like. Because I have seen partnership mean better, richer conversations, faster decision making, and cheaper costs for our community. And I'd love to see that continue for us. So thank you for the partnership that we have with Taumotu, and Megan for sitting in the seat with us over the last 3 years. Thank you.
Fresh-faced young man who used to sit next to me, a bit like Lids has been doing lately, for a couple of terms, and then he stood for mayor, and I didn't really think he had it in him. I thought, who's this young fella? He's only had 2 terms. How wrong was I? It's been a privilege to work beside you. Your kindness, your compassion, your connectedness, and your willingness to include others has really brought us along as we go around the table. You're a bit soft as a chair, I'd have to say. But your chairmanship is good. You're doing a great job, and I'd like to thank you on behalf of all of us for that. And I look at our relationship. We've got the aunties down there, Taumotu. Our relationship has grown in the last 10 years. We are now in a warm hug, whereas beforehand, who are those people over there? And I think that's a wonderful thing that we've done in bringing us together as a community in that sense of connectedness. And you have had a lot to do with it. So Sam, thank you very, very much on behalf of all of us. And all the best.
Ahakoa he iti he paunamu. Mapihi tuku I hoe. He tō mairangi noru ngā rawa. E pā kato kato ana mai. Pakakano no rangi a te a. Hawaii ki nui, Hawaii ki roa. No tua whakarere toku wairua. No te kore, no te pō. I ahu mai I te whenua. Ko waitaha ki te koraha. Ko koe, ko au, ko taua. I te kahura ki he, he kuru no te paunamu. Ko koe, ko au, ko taua. I te kahura ki he, he kuru no te paunamu. And like the precious pounamu, with the blessing of those past and those present, we've been brought here today from our various homes to this room, to this whare, and with us have travelled the generations. Here we have made our home, you and I and all of us. Just like the precious pounamu, we have shaped and we have been shaped. Ahakoa he iti he pounamu. Although our presence here, our tinana, might be few, we bring with us the love of our communities, the thanks of our communities to you, our pounamu, our precious pounamu. And today we recognise you. That's a nice translation of that waiata. E aku nui, e aku rahi, e te koro matua koutou ngā mema o te kaunihira, koutou ngā kaimahi o te kaunihira. Tēnei te mihi o ngai te rua hiki o ngai tuahuriri kia koutou I tēnei wā. It is both a privilege and a pleasure to be here today, to offer you our words of thanks, thanks not only from Taumatu, but also from ngai tuahuriri. So I was asked by Tania Wati, and those of us who know Tania Wati, she asked me expressly to send her thanks to Council today. So it is my pleasure to do that, not only on behalf of Taumatu, but also, in fact, on behalf of Ngai Tuahuriri. Over the course of your term, you have shouldered the responsibilities of governance with diligence and commitment. You have navigated the complex issues balancing competing priorities and worked tirelessly to ensure that the well-being of our communities have remained at the forefront of your decision-making. I know, having sat over there, that those responsibilities have sometimes weighed heavily on your shoulders. Your leadership has shaped the direction of this district, not only through the tangible results like roads and facilities, infrastructure and policies, but also through the less visible, yet deeply important outcomes like strengthened relationships, inclusive conversations, and the building of a bold way forward. There's a whakatauki that speaks perfectly to your service. E hara taku toa I te toa takitahi. Engari, he toa takitini. My strength is not that of me alone. It is that of the collective. This encapsulates the essence of Council and Council's work. None of what has been achieved, rests on one set of shoulders alone. It is a result of our collective effort, of your collective effort, of the collective effort of our staff and all our shareholders, all our stakeholders, all of our communities. So as you step away from your seats at this table, we offer our thanks for your service, our respect for your mahi, and our warmest wishes for the journeys ahead. Whether you are retiring, moving to new roles, or continuing your service in different ways, may the skills, the wisdom, the connections you have built here continue to flourish. On behalf of Ngai Te Rua Hiki Hiki, Ngai Tuahuriri and Ngai Tahu Whānui, and all of our communities, me mihi ka tika, it is appropriate that we take the time to appreciate you. May you carry with you the knowledge that your contribution has mattered and that you leave a legacy and that your efforts have laid foundations for our future, for our āpōpō. Thank you for making a difference. Thank you for being inclusive of our different perspectives. Thank you for valuing partnership and for ensuring that we are in this room alongside you. Thank you. Thank your whānau. Thank your whānau for sharing you with us. Thank you for your communities who have been in this room present every time you have spoken. And in closing, I ask that the words spoken here today, and in fact spoken in this chambers through this triennium, are sent up to the rafters of this building to add strength to the support structure of this whare, te whare o Waikirikiri. I ask that the floor now is laid clear to await the new footsteps of the incoming council, and ask that all that has been held within this room is released to the elements to make the space ready for the new chapter. Kia whakairia te tapu, kia wātea ai te ara, kia tūruki whakataha ai, kia tūruki whakataha ai. Haumi e, hui e, tae ki e. Tēnā koutou. Do you want to sing a song? Would you like to start our waiata? Ki te raki e, ko ora kaya, ki te toka e, te wai hora kene, ina te ora ka o ka iwi e, ma waira e tauri mai e, maha mahaki, matatau e. Whakataua raki e tūnei, whakataua e papa e tākoto nei. Titia kia ho, titia kia wātea, titia ki te poho tāne nui arangi, tūturu mai. Kia whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e, hui e, tae ki e. And done. Ka whai, tēnā koutou.